We are now streaming. Thank you very much, Joe. So with that streaming notice, it is 6:01 p.m., April the 6th, for a special meeting of the governing body to be attended virtually. Calling the meeting to order. And as we always do, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilor Vigil Koppler, a salute to the New Mexico flag, led by Councilwoman Villarreal, and an invocation from Councilor Garcia, after which, if there are remembrances, we will take those up one at a time. So please rise as you are able for the pledge, the salute, and the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
Governing body, as we gather here tonight to do work on behalf of our community and our great city, let us work together to ensure that we work towards equitable, fair, and transparent outcomes. With that, I want to leave us with a quote by the Dalai Lama, in which he said, "We can see that all desirable experiences that we cherish or aspire to attain are dependent upon cooperation and interaction with other sentient beings." With that, does anybody have any remembrances?
Councilor Vigil Koppler, you have a remembrance, as does Councilor Romero Worth. So Councilor Vigil Koppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to express condolences to the family of Mark Basham. Mark was a very, very dear friend of mine, and I'm very, very saddened by his loss. I want to say that he was a former city attorney. He was a probate judge. He was a football player in Santa Fe High. He had his own law practice, and he had many clients around the state, and he was just a really, really good person. His dad, Austin Basham, was a football coach at Santa Fe High as well. His mom had worked for Governor Bruce King, and she was the state personnel director for some time. They were a wonderful, wonderful family, and it's just a great loss. And he had many, many friends, and this is just a very sad time for a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Merworth, you also had a hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I too wanted to send condolences to the family of Mark Basham, longtime friend of my husband and me. And since Councilor Vigil Koppler gave a very good description of his family, his background, the work that he did in this community, I would just send condolences to his family, especially his ex-wife Catherine and their 3 children, and extended family and friends, and also want to remember him. Thank you.
Thank you. Others who have a remembrance at this time? Well, in that case, let's take a minute and think of the Basham family and others who have suffered losses from COVID or any other reason. Keep them in our minds, hearts, and prayers. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councilor Beta,
Here.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Here.
Councilor Garcia,
Present.
believe Councilor Lindell is excused.
Counselor Lindell is excused with a family medical issue.
Yes. Counselor Rivera,
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Here.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Move to approve?
Second.
Counselor Casa Sanchez has moved to approve the agenda and Counselor Vihil Coppler has seconded it. Could the clerk call the roll on that motion, please?
Counselor Betha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. We have item number 7 is the only item on our agenda tonight, but it consists of 5 related land use cases. And I wonder, Madam Clerk, for those who are listening in, if you could perhaps not read the entire recitation of every part of the items, but read at least the titles of all 5 items, so folks who are not looking at a document but are listening or watching could get the 5 titles in front of them, courtesy of you.
Yes. So item 7A is case number 2020-2898. It is the North Zia Station General Plan Amendment. Case number 2020-2914 is the South Zia Station General Plan Amendment. Case number 2020-2900 is the Zia Station South Central Highway Corridor Overlay Rezoning. Item 7D is case number 2020-2899. It's the Zia Station General Commercial Planned Unit Development Rezoning. And item 7E is case number 2020-2901. It's the Zia Station Preliminary Development Plan.
Thank you. And let me make a few preliminary remarks about process, just so everybody who is wanting to follow this and know how and when their opportunity to participate, there'll be a clear outline of our process. This is the first of 2 hearings. Tonight we'll be listening to presentations from the developer, the proposer of the development and their agent. We'll be listening to, of course, a staff report. We'll be listening to community input, and that will be tonight's hearing. Then Thursday night, we'll take it up again, but this time with council members, with the governing bodies, asking questions, discussing various issues that have arisen tonight, and ultimately arriving at motions and votes. Before we get started any further, or I lay out any more about the process, I do want to alert folks who are on the attendee list now or are hoping to arrive through the attendee list that there was a outage in Santa Fe for a time this afternoon of internet access. And I don't know whether that will happen while we're in the middle of this hearing tonight, but if it were to happen and we're unable to continue because folks can't access the meeting, we'll have to find a way forward, perhaps ending when we do and then changing our schedule to accommodate folks going forward. But I'm hoping we will not have any more outages and it will be able to proceed as planned. But just a heads up in case anything goes wrong with the technology.
Mayor Weber.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't think you addressed. I don't think you addressed our ability to question members of the public tonight.
I was going to get to a few other housekeeping items, and that's one.
Okay, thank you.
So before we get into those housekeeping items, I do want to start with the general process. I'll outline it and then we'll come back and do it. We will begin with any disclosure of pre-hearing communications regarding the merits of this case, recognizing that each of us tonight on the governing body is acting in a quasi-judicial capacity, and that we are therefore prohibited from communications from anyone seeking to take us through the merits of the case before we came into this meeting. So we'll disclose those. I'll talk about the process. There will then be a presentation by Lee Logston, our senior planner, who will present the land use department staff report. There'll be a presentation by the applicant. There will then be an opportunity for members of the public to speak. And then at that time, if any members of the governing body wish to question members of the public who have spoken, this would be that opportunity, because they will not be, will then, at the end of tonight's hearing, we will be closing the public hearing part, and the public who is with us tonight would not be with us Thursday. So the time, if any of the members of the governing body want to address members of the general public who will be speaking, tonight is the night for that. Just a few other items to highlight. Written public comments that came in to the city have been provided to the governing body, and they are posted on the city's website. The process is, as I just mentioned, presentation from staff, presentation from the applicant, followed by public comments, followed by questions of public participants, if any members of the governing body have questions. The April 8th meeting will be a continuation of this hearing, but at that time there will be no public testimony. That is for tonight. On the next hearing, on the 8th, members of the governing body will, we hope, have submitted questions that arose as a result of tonight's hearing to Lee for him to provide answers back to the governing body between now and Thursday. So please take notes and prepare your own questions for Lee and others to respond to, not tonight, but get them to Lee so that those responses can be developed between now and Thursday night. So that is the process for tonight. For the members of the public who are here, and we have a full room of attendees, you'll be sworn in. You'll provide your name and address. Each individual will be given 2 minutes to speak to the governing body. There may well be individuals who would like to pass the baton to somebody else. If you can get your hands raised in a good order so that you are able to do a handoff from person to person, whatever your particular point of view, that would be something that we'd be happy to try to accommodate to the best of our ability, knowing that there is some folks have attempted to create a kind of a logic flow to their sequential presentations.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Garcia.
I've got a question. So before we move forward, after you're done speaking, I just want to make sure I've got a question for clarification.
Sure. I think that pretty much was my summation of the process, but if you'd like to have the floor to ask a question, please do.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I got a question for Assistant City Attorney Paez. As we've all been inundated with emails from community members, and per our quasi-judicial role, we're not to interact with those emails. And we're still receiving them. I received one probably 2 minutes ago, and I just want to make sure that we're still in that role where we have to dismiss any communication that comes from us that is outside of this meeting. We can only take in the information that is provided through the presentations or through the public testimony.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, members of the City Council. That is correct, because this is a quasi-judicial hearing under New Mexico law. The council and mayor do need to rely solely on the evidence and testimony that's presented tonight. We have been, between myself, the city clerk, and land use staff, valiantly trying to respond to emails that have come to us. It's not too late for folks to sign on. I was actually trying to respond to it now and keep directing people to Zoom, but I think many of those people are here. So thank you for noting that and for understanding that limitation. I know it's difficult for both members of the public and for the governing body to not be able to interact and communicate as they normally can on policy matters before a public hearing like this.
Okay, thank you so much for the clarification. I really appreciate it. I just definitely want to reiterate to community members, we're not trying to ignore you. It's the position that we're put in currently in this quasi-judicial role where we by law cannot have that communication. So thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate it. No other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor. It's good to bring that up because it is a slightly different change of process and role than we're used to. So it's good always to start the quasi-judicial process with a public statement to that effect. So with that, I would like to begin by giving everybody on the governing body an opportunity to disclose any pre-hearing communications that may have gotten to each of us or any of us. If somebody feels they are unable to be fair or impartial, now would be the time to recuse oneself. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No external communications while I've been in my city councilor capacity.
Okay, thank you. I thought you had your hand up. I'm sorry. Does anybody have anything they wish to disclose? Councilor Romero Worth, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate, I think, what Councilor Garcia has already said. Because this project is in District 2, we have received quite a few emails asking about the process and wanting to state views about the project. And I just want to state for the record that I have forwarded all those communications to the city attorney's office so that they could respond. And I do not feel that I'm compromised to sit in this hearing as a result of those emails. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else have a disclosure or a comment? I would disclose that the mayor's office did get a phone call from a constituent who stated that they wanted to speak about land use policy broadly. And when I called them back, it actually turned into an attempt to discuss elements of this case. I was very clear that that was not a permitted conversation, and we ended the conversation with, in a courtesy, but with clarity that that's not appropriate. And like I suspect all the others, when I've gotten emails, I've forwarded them to the city attorney's office so that individuals would get the courtesy of a response attempting to explain that this is a quasi-judicial process, that we're not, as elected officials, we're not supposed to be individually responding to those emails. So I don't feel as though I am compromised, but I think it's important to be with something where there are a lot of individuals who are have strong feelings. We should be clear about what we're doing. Thank you, everybody. With that, we are then ready to commence. And the process begins with the Land Use Department presenting a staff report. Lee Logston, who is the senior planner and case manager, will bring that to us. And Lee, I think if you can, we're going to try to operate within some limits. If you can do this in 15 minutes or thereabouts, the city clerk will be running a clock, just to be clear that we're trying to be fair and timely for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the governing body, good evening. I will do my best to keep this brief because I know we have other materials to be presented by Jennifer Jenkins. I'll share my screen here. Can everybody see slideshow? Okay, great, thanks. So I won't spend a lot of time here, just to expound briefly on Christine's captions. To be specific, the North General Plan Amendment is from low density residential to high density. The South General Plan Amendment is from low density residential to transitional mixed use. Case 2900 is the South Central Highway Corridor overlay case, rezoning. And then finally, 2899 is a C2 PUD rezoning, and 2901 is the preliminary development plan. Just briefly, I'm sure everybody's well aware of the site and the location, but just wanted to show it in context here. The Planning Commission heard this case on February 4th. There were some 2 hours plus of public testimony, and it was getting late, so the Planning Commission postponed deliberation until the 18th and gave direction to staff and the applicant to follow up on particular items as we're planning tonight. The Planning Commission recommended approval of all 5 requests with some dissent on the highway corridor plan and the rezoning. Issues that have been raised along the way, as you can tell from public comment, and this goes back to informal meetings that the applicant held with the public before there was even an official ENN, but as always, the appropriateness of the density proposed. The South Central Highway Corridor is obviously a major issue. I would say the majority of residents seem to want to keep that intact. Impact to traffic on Galisteo, Zia, St. Francis, as well as pedestrian safety. The Arroyo itself and impact that new development could have on it, affordable housing, and general discussion of long-range planning and the need to update both our code and our general plan. The general plan amendments really is a question of, is high density housing and mixed use development appropriate at this site? In 2004, the governing body did approve a low density residential designation for the north parcel and transitional mixed use approved for the bulk of the south parcel. The evaluation criteria per our land use code has to do with being consistent with growth projections, consistent with other parts of the general plan, doesn't create uses inconsistent at the expense of the public, promotes general health, safety, and welfare. The South Central Highway Corridor rezoning request is a decision whether to amend the boundaries of the overlay to exclude these properties. And I just want to point out that while a lot of the discussion, and you see it in the minutes and comments from the public, a lot of the discussion about this touches on general plan themes, but at the end of the day, it is a rezoning request. The South Central Highway Corridor is not mentioned specifically in the general plan or shown on the future land use map. And it's a question of, are there unique opportunities at this site that might warrant the request? And just want to point out procedurally that this request is necessary to approve the C2 PUD rezoning and the associated development plan, because that development plan is based on 3-story height. I think you're all familiar with the rezoning criteria. I won't read through all of them, but that the requirements of Chapter 14 have been met. Procedurally, we've done things right. Rezoning is consistent with the future land use general plan map. Of course, in this case, we're looking at altering the future land use map. And can the existing infrastructure support it or be modified to accommodate it? Next up is the C2 PUD rezoning request. A question of, is this density and this type of development appropriate here? And again, procedurally, if you deny the South Central Highway Corridor request, you'll be required to deny both the C2 PUD rezoning request and the development plan, because they're all 3 tied together. Criteria are the same and detailed in your staff memo. The preliminary development plan is required with the C2 PUD rezoning request. Same basic question, is this type of development what we want here? And again, it's connected to the other 2 procedurally if you deny. The criteria according to our land use code is that the governing body has the authority under Chapter 14 to do this. that approving the development plan will not adversely affect the public interest, and that the land use and associated buildings are compatible and adaptable with other uses in the vicinity. I just want to point out, these are in your packet, some of the relevant planning efforts and documents related to this case. South Central Highway Corridor was created in 1986. In 2001, the governing body created the transitional mixed-use.
Lee, something happened to your sound. I don't know whether you put a piece of paper over your microphone, but see if there's something
Okay,
blocking.
can you hear me now?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, I may well have put my finger against it. Sorry there. In 2001, the governing body created the transitional mixed use future land use classification. In 2004, the governing body granted general plan amendments for these very properties. There's the draft rail corridor plan and the draft land use and urban design plan. In terms of the city's commitment to commuter rail, started in 2003 with a resolution to commit to it, follow-up resolution in 2007 reaffirming that commitment and specifically trying to address certain issues of concern. This plan was not adopted, but the rail corridor strategic plan was a significant planning effort that the city put into rail. And finally, in 2011, the city requests that the station open for rail service. In summary, and I am keeping this very brief, I trust everybody's, there's detail on all this, of course, in the staff memo, and I trust everybody's, read that in more detail. In summary, the proposal meets the requirements for both the general plan amendments and the rezonings, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of all 5 cases. Staff is recommending approval of all requests, and there are sample motions in your memo that you can follow should you agree, and also sample motions if you choose to deny any of the requests. And I will leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was well within your time. Appreciate it. That brings us then to the applicant, who I believe will be represented by Jennifer Jenkins and maybe others. I don't know if you have other folks on your team, but Jennifer, you have the floor. You must be sworn in, of course, and not by me. And I do want to suggest that if you can keep your comments to 45 minutes, that would be much appreciated.
Do my
And
best. Thank you.
Clerk will do her
Hi,
best.
Jennifer, please raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask the clerk to keep the clock, just so you know, and if you can keep an eye on it, we'll keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Weber, councilors. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin. My address is 130 Grant Avenue, Suite 101 in Santa Fe. And I want to thank you for arranging these special meetings. I know this council schedule is really packed right now with looking forward to budget hearings. And so I really do appreciate the council making the time. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and endeavor definitely to keep it in that requested time frame. All righty. So I am here this evening and I am joined by Colleen Gavin, also with Jenkins Gavin, and we here are representing SF Brown and Zia Station LLC in request for approval of the Zia Station project. Our team, we have a local team of owners and consultants. So of course, I think most of you are familiar with SF Brown. Merritt Brown and his partner, Mark Bertram, are longtime developers and property owners in Santa Fe. And then of course, Jenkins Gavin, that is us. We have our, also joining us are our civil and traffic engineers, Bohannon Houston. Our architecture team actually is quite diverse. We have a team of primarily with 3 local architecture firms, Architectural Alliance, Autotroph, and Lloyd and Associates, and also 1 firm joining us from Dallas. And that was really intentional because we really wanted a diverse architectural vision for the property. And so we're going to get to talk about that a little later. And then our local landscape architect is Claudia Horn with Design Office. So these are the subject properties. So we are right at the northwest and the southwest corners of St. Francis Drive and Zia Road. The parcels comprise approximately 21 acres. And this is the current Rail Runner platform. This is the Rail Runner stop, the Zia station, which just recently recommenced service, which is very exciting. And for those of you who have been in Santa Fe for a while, might recall that this is the former site of a pumice plant that this property, it was demolished around the time that SF Brown secured the rights to purchase this property and redevelop it. So we are zoomed in on the subject properties now. And for the purposes of the slideshow, everything is going to pretty much be oriented this way. So basically the left side of your screen is south. The north side of your screen is going to be north, and St. Francis Drive will be at the bottom, and then Zia Road pretty much right down the middle. So this is just helps us zoom in on, because the way the property is oriented makes it a little easier to understand. So we have the railroad tracks here. We also have the rail trail, which runs directly adjacent to the property. To the west, at the top of the page, is the existing Candlelight neighborhood, and which is comprised of a combination of single family residential and townhome development is the development pattern. And then of course, on the other side of St. Francis, we have a pretty diverse mixed use of commercial and residential development. So the request, as Lee pointed out, we have a couple of general plan amendments. We're requesting a general plan amendment for the north parcel to high density residential. And on the south parcel, as also was mentioned, in 2004, most of the south parcel here adjacent to the transit, the Rail Runner stop, the City Council approved a general plan amendment establishing transitional mixed use here. And then we have a portion of this corner of the property here that we are requesting an amendment to extend the transitional mixed use to grab this portion of the property as well. And then, as also Lee stated, we have a rezone request to C2 PUD. C2 is a commercial zoning district, but it's also a mixed use zoning district. It allows a variety of uses, including residential. And the PUD, or planned unit development, is kind of a self-limiting overlay. So this is not what we'd call kind of blank check zoning. The development plan that we have submitted, the list of permissible uses that we have submitted, will define, is intended to define how this property develops as it moves forward. So it establishes predictability and it establishes limits on what is permissible here. So the development plan becomes part of the rezone ordinance. And we also have a rezone request to amend the boundaries of the South Central Highway corridor. And then of course we have the preliminary development plan that establishes the planned unit development. So this is the existing future land use map. So the city's general plan has a whole section dedicated to land use. And so the land use map establishes kind of at a higher level, the types of land uses that the city, the general plan proposes. So we have a combination of low density residential in the yellow and the transitional mixed use. And you can see, you know, this portion of the corridor has a significant variety of land uses. So it's a pretty diverse area of town. The current zoning is essentially the default zoning, that is R1. And then we have R5 and R7 residential zoning to the west. To the south, heading towards I-25, we have industrial zoning. And then we have a variety of residential densities heading to the north from R4, R12, and R21. And then on the other side of St. Francis, obviously we have the shopping center, which is the Albertsons Shopping Center. We have the Walgreens. We have C1 zoning, so we have office here. We have we have a hotel project here, which is now the city's newly sponsored affordable housing project, which is very exciting. The purple here is C1, which is typically an office zone, but this is developed actually with multifamily. Multifamily is a permissible use in C1. And then we have more multifamily here along Sawmill. And then we move, as we move east down Sawmill, we get into some lower residential densities. And then you can see here, we have multifamily here is the R21, and we have office. And then again, as you move a little further east, the development pattern, we get into some lower density residential of R4 and R7. So this is another view of the corridor. So so basically we're looking east towards the foothills. Here's the Zia Station site. And this really gives you a sense of really what's happening in the vicinity, because this is really about context and about is what we are proposing appropriate within the context in the existing development pattern. So to the west, as mentioned previously, we have a combination of single family residential and townhomes. To the south, this is industrial zoning that is developed and it's essentially in accordance with that, from warehouses, gas stations, convenience stores, distribution. And then we have the Rodeo Business Park a little further south here. And then across the street, obviously, we have significant multifamily development along St. Francis. And then what we see as we move beyond the corridor and we start moving east, these multifamily projects transition into single family residential. So this is a very common pattern that we see here. And then we have sort of this kind of central commercial core here that is concentrated around the Zia St. Francis intersection. And my house is right there. So this is also my neighborhood. And so I drive this corridor every single day, and I love my neighborhood, and I'm excited about what is possible here. So there have been, as Lee sort of touched on in his presentation, there have been a lot of public policy initiatives and public investment that have led us to where we are today. And this started back in 1999 with the adoption of an update to the city's general plan, which we will talk about shortly in terms of the types of policies and objectives that were established in that general plan. The city did a multimodal transit report in 2001 that identified the Zia Station site as an ideal location for a transit facility. In 2004, as we touched on, the city amended the general plan to create that transitional mixed use designation. In 2007, the MPO also identified this area as a potential location for a future rail runner stop. And then the city approved the opening of Zia Station in 2011, which that was reaffirmed in 2015. And then in 2016, the improvements to the station that were constructed by SF Brown were complete. And also in 2016, interestingly, was when the city established the Midtown Link overlay. So those things were running kind of parallel. And then rail runner service commenced in 2017. And then in 2018, we had the Sustainable Santa Fe plan that was adopted, which is very progressive and very aggressive in terms of its vision for a sustainable future for Santa Fe. And then in 2020, the update to the Santa Fe Metropolitan Transportation Plan was adopted. So all of these efforts and all of this investment, not only in the Zia Station rail runner and in multimodal transportation, but also in policy initiatives, again, have really set the groundwork and the framework for what we are proposing today. So Zia Station has originally started being envisioned back in 2001 when Merritt and his team put the pumice plant property under contract. And I remember that pumice plant, and I did not live in that neighborhood at that time. I can't imagine what that was like living nearby that, but and so they started envisioning what could be possible here. And they started reaching out to the neighborhood in 2003. And then segued into 2004 with that general plan amendment. And then thankfully in 2007, demolition of the pumice plant began. and then more interaction with the neighbors, kind of talking about this idea of transit-oriented development and what does that mean and how could that potentially look in this location. And then in 2009, the planning efforts were paused because there were a lot of things to work out around the establishment of the Rail Runner stop. There, the DOT wanted to realign the railroad tracks, and so there was some land exchange that had to occur, and so everything was somewhat put on hold. But even during that time, there were some more interactions with the neighbors. Again, just about visioning and what could be created here that would serve this community. And then in 2016, the improvements were done and the Rail Runner service commenced. And then fast forward to 2019, and Merritt reached out to me and Colleen. He's like, I think it's time. I think it's time that we take a fresh look at this. And I want you to look at it with, through your own lens and tell us what you think. And that's what we did. And we really, because we hadn't been involved previously. And so Merritt really wanted a fresh perspective. And so that's what we gave him. And then, and we started reaching out to the community in 2019 in an informal way, sharing our ideas. We were kind of sharing our ideas as we were developing them. And so we kind of came with not a lot of information, and then we came back with a little more information, and we were doing some initial traffic analysis, and we'd have a little more. And then in 2020, we actually pulled the trigger on our formal early neighborhood notification process. So we had to ask ourselves a lot of questions as we were looking at this kind of updated vision for Zia Station. So how do you create a vibrant mixed use community? There are so many planning documents that say mixed use is important. The city has multiple planning documents that make that a priority and a goal. And we have great mixed use areas that are existing that we can learn from. I'm sitting in one right now, middle of downtown Santa Fe. And this is vibrant and it is alive, and there are reasons for that. We have other pockets of town where we have commercial and residential living side by side and are that create that vibrant, walkable mixed use. But we also have examples of it that haven't worked, and some of these primarily out in Santa Fe County with some master plan communities with these little commercial centers that haven't thrived. And why is that? So what are the ingredients? What's the recipe for this? And so we studied it, and this is what we learned. Adequate housetops or rooftops or density and population is critical. It is fundamental to mixed use working. And everything you read about it, it's really a key component. And access to transit, access to multimodal forms of transportation, whether it's being walkable, transit, cyclists, all of it. Being connected to your surrounding neighborhood and being connected to these transportation networks, employment, services. This is another key one, visibility. And this was interesting that, when we were reading this, and it was like, it makes a lot of sense. You have your most adjacent neighborhood, but you also have a little bit of the broader community that is necessary to make, the commercial enterprises feasible. And I think that's why some of these projects in Santa Fe County, really have struggled because of that lack of visibility component. And so being right on a state highway in a major transportation corridor is really critical. Creating attractive streetscapes, creating, well-designed landscaping and pedestrian environments. Obviously, you want to accommodate the pedestrian, but you have to accommodate the vehicle too. So that's a critical component. And of course, sustainability. Compact urban form, transit, mixed use, these are all key components to sustainability and reducing car trips. And so this is our recipe that we endeavored to follow. So here's our proposed site plan that is reflected on the development plan that was submitted. So this is really, we did this to really get a sense of scale and what we are proposing and how what we are proposing relates to its surroundings. So this site is really unique, and in terms of where it's located. We are on a state highway and one of the city of Santa Fe's major arterials. We are on the railroad tracks transportation corridor. We are next to an existing residential neighborhood. We are directly across the street from significant multifamily and commercial development. So this is our context. This is our neighborhood. This is where we are. So how do we relate to all of our surroundings? Not just this side, not just this side. How do we relate to everything in a meaningful, appropriate way? So we've done a couple of things to achieve that. For example, here next to this existing neighborhood, we have a couple little townhome compounds that offer that transition. It's a gradual transition from this type of land use pattern to this type of land use pattern. And then we cross the street and we are into a multifamily community that mirrors the multifamily that we see across the street. Similarly, on the south side of Zia, we have a townhome community here. So along Galisteo Road, we have a row of townhomes that relate to what is across the street and kind of mirroring that pattern. We also are limiting building height along our adjacent neighbors and along Galisteo Road to 2 stories primarily. And so that, and then we get in as we move east and we move towards St. Francis, then we start to bump up in height to a maximum of 3 stories. We get into some commercial uses that are combined with our residential uses in a mixed use environment. So again, this is really here to give you that sense of how we fit is this sort of, we're kind of the donut hole in the realm of existing development. And so we've endeavored again to relate to all of our neighbors. So zooming in. So let's talk about the north side of Zia. Again, we have townhome development and open space that is directly adjacent to our neighbors there. And then we have multifamily development. These are 14 townhome units and 244 multifamily dwellings here. And on the south side of Zia, this is primarily the mixed use portion. This is a pretty big change from some of the earlier iterations in the 2000s, is the mixed use component was everywhere, the north side and the south side. And so we had decided it made more sense for the north side to be 100% residential. One of the key elements of the plan is we're proposing to realign Galisteo Road to pull it further from St. Francis in order to address the traffic congestion that exists here today. And so we'll talk about that a little further in the presentation. We have a single story small parking structure here, a couple of 2-story buildings. This is a residential building. This is a mixed use building. And then the townhomes I referenced, and then a couple of 2-story mixed use buildings here, and then pivoting into our mixed use buildings with, we could have cafe space on the ground floor, office space, studios, residential up above. Really trying to create a dynamic mix of uses in this area. And then this is sort of our central plaza that creates opportunities for outdoor markets, outdoor entertainment and events. And so this is really kind of the heart of the project. And there is a parking structure subterranean that is proposed under these 2 buildings. And then of course we do have some on-street parking as well, but our main goal is not to have a sea of parking that is visible. And this is really about walkability and porosity, and of course access to our transportation infrastructure, whether it's the rail runner or the rail trail. There's a current Santa Fe Trails bus stop across the street on Zia. We are in communication with Santa Fe Trails about modifying their route as the project moves forward to incorporate a Santa Fe Trails bus stop internal to the project as well. So this is this transition zone that I've spoken about in terms of how do we transition in an appropriate way between the highway and our existing neighbors to the west. So this is that transitional zone that I spoke about. that so as we move towards St. Francis, buildings get a little taller, buildings get a little bit larger, and to accommodate the housing. And again, this is about walkability. So what you see here, everything in blue are new, proposed, as well as existing sidewalk network that we are connecting to. The orange is the rail trail, and there's of course the pedestrian underpass here that leads to the trail network on the other side of St. Francis. We are connecting to the existing sidewalk network in our adjacent neighborhoods and along Zia Road. What we're going to talk about a little bit later is we're adding a signalized pedestrian crossing at Galisteo and Zia to really allow not only our residents, but the entire neighborhood to have a safe way to cross Zia without having to go all the way to the St. Francis intersection, and to access the Candelaro Park, as well as the services and the community amenities in this part of the project here. We're also doing significant improvements to the sidewalks on Zia Road itself, because that pedestrian experience on Zia right now is not as good as it could be. So we are really striving to improve that. So I have some zoom ins of the site plans, but we can come back to these, on Thursday as we want to drill down on any of the site plan elements. So I'm just going to move beyond these. So we created some sections to understand how really do we relate to our surroundings. So if you look in the top right-hand corner here, you can see that we pulled a section across kind of the north segment of the north parcel. So we have the existing neighborhood coming across our buildings all the way out to St. Francis. So when you look at the section, you can see we have, our closest existing residents here. Then we have that open space area I pointed out. Then we have our 2-story multifamily building here. And then you go back, we have our 3-story building. And then you have St. Francis. And because of the terrain and the way the site is being graded, these buildings along St. Francis are actually set down quite a bit below St. Francis. So from St. Francis, you're only going to see a little over 17 feet of this building, which is essentially a 1-story height. And so that I think is a key element in terms of what that kind of view impact, the perceived view impact is from St. Francis. And you can see here that our first 3-story building is almost 300 feet away from the closest existing home to the west. So moving a little bit further south, we did another section again, existing residents. Then we have the townhomes. Then we have this portion of that first building there, which is also 2-story. And then you get over here to our 3-story element adjacent to St. Francis. In this location, only 15 feet of this building is visible from St. Francis. And the 3-story building is 575 feet away from our closest residential neighbor. So this is really indicative of that transition that we are endeavoring to achieve. And then looking at this section, so we have our existing neighborhood here. And so we have our existing residents, and also just because of the terrain constraints, we're also set down quite a bit here. So this home is only going to have a 1-story experience of the building that's adjacent to them. Then we have the small parking structure I referenced, Zia Road, and then the existing residences across the street. And then lastly, the section through kind of the mixed use portion. These are the existing townhomes, our proposed townhomes, and then moving into a 3-story building adjacent to St. Francis. And what's interesting, this building actually from St. Francis actually reads almost as tall as the Albertsons does, just because of the Albertsons is sort of perched up pretty high above St. Francis. And so that experience here is going to be very similar to how the Albertsons is experienced. And architecturally, as I mentioned, we've engaged with a team of diverse architects in order to have a variety of visions. We are using traditional Santa Fe vernacular. We're also doing some contemporary kind of riffs on Santa Fe style. And we really want this to feel organic, and we want it to be representative of Santa Fe, and also, you know, again, creating opportunities to play with some more contemporary look in some of the buildings. So this is the view if you're traveling north on St. Francis, looking towards the Rail Runner platform and the trains coming in. And this would be kind of one of our cornerstone mixed use buildings with residences above and commercial down below. You're traveling south on St. Francis, these would be the multifamily structures here. And then you can see the mixed use off in the distance on the other side of Zia. And then if you're traveling on Zia heading towards St. Francis, we really are endeavoring to enliven the streetscape and really create a lot of interest and activity and improving the pedestrian experience along Zia Road. And we have, you know, the parking structure, you can see the corner of it here, which is a single story structure. And then we have some 2-story buildings here. This is the new intersection of Galisteo, and then pivoting towards some 3-story buildings as you move towards St. Francis. And these are some images of the proposed apartment homes on the north side of Zia, looking towards St. Francis, working with a traditional territorial vernacular, and the 2-story buildings that are along Galisteo here, a little more traditional. And then as we move towards St. Francis, start playing with some little more contemporary materials. And then this is kind of that flagship building on the corner of St. Francis and Zia that I showed you in the perspective. Again, a fairly traditional vernacular, and creating a lot of outdoor space and a lot of opportunities for local businesses to locate here and provide services for Rail Runner ridership. And then again, you know, this is a little more of a contemporary play on a Pueblo style that would, you know, potentially be on the corner of Zia and Galisteo. Then we have our the kind of some ideas around the townhomes along Galisteo, and then we are working on a parking structure that reads like a building and doesn't read like a parking structure. That is our goal there. And I'm going to move through this part. This is just some of the program specifics, but I believe you have this information in your staff report, but I can always come back to this information if that is desired. So when we are asking for general plan amendments and we're asking for rezones, the first step is we have to understand, how do we comply with the general plan? So we had to, I've spent a lot of time studying and understanding the City of Santa Fe general plan over the last 20 years. And so this is what we've learned. Obviously, affordability, which we're going to talk about in a moment. Compact urban form. This is a recurring theme that you see throughout the general plan. It's about infill. It's about keeping things pedestrian oriented. It is about density. And it is about an efficient use of existing infrastructure. These are a couple of things. The general plan clearly states we should have a mix of all uses in all neighborhoods. About that, you know, it's really, think about that. It's like they want mixed use in all neighborhoods. And this is an opportunity to incorporate that, but incorporate it at a neighborhood scale. A mix of all housing types in all neighborhoods. So I've already shown that the St. Francis corridor is exemplary of this. We've single family, we got multiple family, we've got townhomes, it's all there. And we are mirroring that existing pattern with the housing types that we are proposing. Transit supportive development, economic diversity, community-oriented development, development that serves the community and serves the community's aspirations, and then of course, sustainability. So as I demonstrated in the previous timeline, there have been a huge amount of public effort in the last 20 years since the general plan was updated in '99 that addresses a lot of these objectives. The city has stated pretty clearly what the city believes is important. What does the city believe is important? Multimodal transit is important. The city conducted a rail corridor study, which we'll touch on, about how do we optimize these significant investments in public transportation? How do we do that? How do we make them accessible in an equitable way? And in 2017, the city staff started a process around laying the groundwork for an additional new update to the City of Santa Fe General Plan through a 2017 Land Use and Urban Design Plan, which reiterates compact urban form, increased density, mixed use infill, affordable housing, reducing dependence on the automobile, and efficient land use and sustainable development. The affordable housing plan, the city has to adopt an affordable housing plan. It is required by the state, and encouraging obviously an increased housing supply. We know we're in a housing crisis in Santa Fe. Higher density, increased height to achieve those densities. Locating housing near employment, transit, and services. Those are key components to affordability. It's not just how much your rent is. It's, do you have to drive? How far do you have to drive? And what kind of access do you have to those types of services? The Sustainable Santa Fe Plan, again, energy efficiency, increasing transit ridership, investing in multimodal transportation centers, adopting transit supportive land development regulations and sustainable practices. And then the MPO plan also encourages transit equity through provision of multimodal transportation options and incentivizing housing in close proximity to, I keep making this little thing pop up at the bottom, to employment, services, and transit. And again, the rail corridor study that the city commissioned in 2008 established some design principles, but how is it appropriate to develop properties adjacent to transit? Mix of land uses, connections to transit, complete streets where we're accommodating the pedestrian, the cyclist, and the automobile, connections to the trail network, public spaces, and neighborhood enhancement. It actually had a vision for this particular property. It says that in this future vision, the site is developed as a pedestrian-oriented neighborhood center. Buildings would range in character from townhouse to loft residence adjoining existing neighborhoods to 3-story mixed-use buildings forming strong streetscapes. The land use recommendations for ZIA in this study: increase the maximum height to accommodate 3-story buildings, mixed use that supports the neighborhood, outdoor community space, outdoor cafes, residential uses to provide for a transition, pedestrian friendly, and we need to address the congestion at ZIA and St. Francis. So we are tonight requesting that the ZIA Station subject properties within, as you can see here, this is the South Central Highway Corridor overlay that goes down St. Francis to St. Michael's, down Old Pecos Trail, and then down I-25. It was adopted in 1986 with the intent of these entry points into Santa Fe and protecting a sense of openness and access to views. And as I've demonstrated, since 1986, the city has established a lot of objectives that don't necessarily align with this objective that was established 35 years ago. And so based upon that, we are asking to amend the map. And what you have highlighted here on this, these are the only undeveloped properties in the entire overlay. So it's kind of interesting. And so this is, you know, concerns about, oh, are we setting a precedent? Are we doing something here? And, you know, each of these, this is not really one corridor. This is 3 corridors. St. Francis has a very different environment than St. Michael's. And Old Pecos Trail is primarily a residential land use pattern, very different environment. St. Michael's is medical and office primarily. And then we've already described the St. Francis corridor. So there really are not a lot of properties left to be developed. And we believe that there are more important priorities right now that the city has established, that ZIA Station is a unique and rare opportunity to realize those objectives. However, that being said, we do actually comply with a vast majority of the design standards established by the South Central Highway Corridor. The highway corridor has a 25-foot or 2-story height limitation. Only a third of our buildings are proposed as 3 stories. The rest are proposed as 1 or 2-story buildings. But the interesting thing is, as I touched on the north phase, the 3-story buildings actually read as single-story buildings from St. Francis. So we actually are complying with that intent in terms of how those building heights relate to St. Francis. We're compliant with the maximum permissible density. We're compliant with setbacks. We're compliant with the buffers that are required. And on the north side, there would be normally a 50% open space requirement. We're at 37.5%, which is significantly more than what C2 would require under standard C2 zoning. We are compliant, we are compliant with the open space that would be required. There's different open space requirements, whether you're mixed use or residential. For mixed use, we would, on the south side, we'd required 35% open space. We have 42%. And then we are, based on our kind of conceptual assessment, it looks like we're fully compliant with floor area ratios as well. So our request really is limited to a slight reduction in open space for the north parcel, and a third of our buildings being permissible to be at 3-story, and but several of which actually are relate to St. Francis as single-story buildings. So that is the extent. The rest of it, we are in compliance. So affordable housing. The Santa Fe Homes program, as I believe you are aware, kind of allows sort of a menu of options in terms of how projects comply with affordable housing. You can do on-site units. You can do 100% affordable based on fair market rents established by HUD, or you can pay a fee in lieu. So we are doing a little bit of a hybrid approach. 10% of our units, or 39 units, will be priced affordably, and those will be provided on-site. The Homes program requires a 10-year affordability guarantee. So we are providing that affordability guarantee for 10 years. And then we're also making a, for the balance of the 5%, so we have 10% on-site units. And so for the other 5%, we are doing a contribution of almost $150,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. But there's a really key component to this that is unique that I want to point out. The Santa Fe Homes program requires that the affordable units be priced not to be affordable to residents earning no more than 80% of the area median income as established by HUD. However, that creates a problem because housing choice voucher holders, the rents that they can pay using their vouchers can't exceed fair market rents, which is a different metric that's also established by HUD. And so we worked really closely with Alexandra Ladd to develop this program. And we have agreed to price our affordable units in accordance with fair market rents, not the 80% AMI. So you can see the difference here. Of course, that stupid thing keeps popping up. I got to stop pointing over there. That we are, what the ordinance would permit would be a studio at a little over $1,000 a month, or 1 bedroom. And the fair market rents established by HUD, you can see, are significantly lower and more accessible. And then the same with the 2-bedroom, we are, our fair market rents is $157 less per month. So we really endeavored, it was important to us that our units were accessible to voucher holders in our community. And oops, I did not mean to do that. And so traffic, I will, this is if I do go over my time, I would maybe ask for a little bit of extra couple of minutes, because this is sort of the last big chunk of the presentation, but this is a really critical point. So if you're willing, I may need an extra 5 minutes here to get through this. So obviously we did a traffic study, and as everyone is aware, there have been congestion issues at Zia and St. Francis. And so with the existing conditions, the St. Francis intersection does not operate at acceptable levels of service. And then in the no build in 2024, if this project doesn't happen, it's still going to have unacceptable levels of service. In the build condition, we talk about the build condition, we talk about all the existing background traffic, the existing traffic there today, plus the traffic to be generated by Zia Station. So that's what we mean when we talk about the build condition. With the improvements we're proposing to the roadway network, there will be no failing conditions at Zia and St. Francis. The concerns that have been expressed have been literally fixed with the proposed improvements that I'm going to show you here in a moment. So these are the intersections that we studied, all the way from Siringo down to Sawmill, and then the most adjacent intersections adjacent to the project along Galisteo and Zia. And I'm going to actually go beyond this one. So this is what we have today. This is the existing conditions. I think everybody's pretty familiar. We have Galisteo intersecting Zia, which is frankly way too close to this intersection to be a safe condition. We have a through lane, we have a right turn lane, and we have a double left that heads on to St. Francis. This is what we are proposing. We are, as mentioned previously, we are proposing to realign Galisteo, pull it further west away from St. Francis to create a much safer condition in terms of the distance between the two intersections. And this accomplishes a few very important things. It increases the length for cars to queue at the intersection without impacting Galisteo. And we also have an opportunity to create a triple left turn onto St. Francis. And this is the area where we also are adding what we call a hawk crossing. It's a signalized pedestrian crossing where you walk up, you push a button, the signals flash, cars must stop to allow pedestrians to cross. So, and it's a two-stage crossing. So they cross here, there's a median refuge, and then they push another button and they're able to cross here. And so we worked really closely with the MPO and the transportation planners there to devise a way to accommodate and support pedestrian connectivity across Zia in this location. We had a lot of ideas that were floated, and we landed here, and we are really excited about this. We think this is going to be a huge neighborhood improvement. And so this is these are the improvements that we are proposing that will be constructed during phase one. The north parcel, the multifamily on the north parcel, is our first phase. And these proposed improvements will all be constructed during the first phase. I'm going to skip that. So we've heard a lot about what happens in the morning as people are going to work. And currently, under the existing conditions, cars can line up all the way back practically to Votech. That's crazy. But then in the build, so we have a queue that's 2,600 feet long. I mean, that's half a mile. And then, but in the build condition, with the proposed improvements that I just showed you, the queue is reduced to 235 feet. This is the worst case. This is like the worst 15 minutes in the morning is this queue. This is the worst 15 minutes in the morning in the build condition. So this shows it a different way. This shows the existing 2,600 foot line of cars trying to turn onto St. Francis or to go straight. We are reducing it by 91%. And in the PM, it's not as big of an issue in the evening, but we're still reducing that by 65%. So what about the delay? We hear a lot about how long it takes to get through that signal. In the morning, over 4 minutes to go through there. I mean, we completely understand and appreciate the concerns that the neighborhood has expressed to us over the years, has expressed to staff, has expressed to you, and because that's not acceptable. We're reducing it by 89%. So it gets down to half a minute, a 30-second delay in the morning at the intersection. And in the evening, in the PM rush hour, 3.7 minutes down to 1, 73% reduction. So yes, there are existing traffic issues at this intersection, and they go away. So what about St. Francis? Obviously, we're right on St. Francis. How does the project affect traffic on St. Francis? Not significant existing delay for northbound St. Francis, but it still gets better. And then, but this is really the key. Southbound in the evening, people heading towards I-25. 8-minute delay per vehicle southbound on St. Francis at that intersection. And it goes down, we're reducing it by 70%, and it goes down to 2.4 minutes on the southbound in the evening. So there has been, as we talked about, a lot of community outreach and community input starting back in June of 2003. We heard a lot, we learned a lot of things transformed around the creation of the Rail Runner Stop. And then we started our process under the new vision for Zia Station back in the summer of 2019 with a series of 3 neighborhood meetings, followed by 2 formal early neighborhood notification meetings. And so how did we address what we heard? This is a really important element. So we heard concern about height. And so originally in the earlier iterations, there were 4-story buildings proposed all over this site. We completely eliminated any possibility for 4-story buildings. And we made sure that all of the buildings along Galisteo or adjacent to the neighborhood were limited to 2 stories. And that creates that appropriate transition from 2 different land use patterns. Concerns about pedestrian safety. So we're expanding the sidewalks on Zia and we're adding a signalized pedestrian crossing. We just talked about traffic. We heard about traffic. I can't imagine what we could do to address those concerns, but our proposed improvements have been reviewed and approved by the city's traffic engineering consultants. And we're really pleased with the results. They actually came out better than we thought they would. Building design, really encouraged to recognize and honor Santa Fe's traditional vernacular, which we are doing, while also incorporating some contemporary elements. And there was concern about the arroyo along the north, at the north end of the site in terms of some erosion issues. And so we are doing some bank stabilization there and working with the watershed group at the city to design some appropriate bank stabilization to address erosion concerns there. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I really, really appreciate it. And I know we're probably not going to do questions tonight, but look forward to continuing the dialogue on Thursday. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for hewing to the time we made available. It was very good of you. Appreciate it. So that completes the presentation by the applicant. At this point now, we are prepared to provide time for individuals or members of groups who wish to provide their input. And please, if you know how to do it, if you have access to a way to raise your blue hand, this is the time to do it. If you're on a phone and you have a problem, we can try to help you get access that way. But what we will do now is individually bring people into the room and allow everybody, each individual, an opportunity to speak for 2 minutes. And as I said, if there is a lineup that you're trying to achieve to pass the baton, if you know where your different folks are, if you can line up your hands so we can do it. If we can't, we'll just please note that you are speaking as a member of a group or as an individual. Each person will need to be sworn in, provide a name and an address for the record. So
Mayor,
Yes, Sally.
I apologize for interrupting. If I may just remind any members of the public who may have joined since your previous announcement, there's a possibility that members of the governing body might want to ask questions of the public at the end of the everybody's opportunity to speak. So it might be helpful if folks could stick around so that that opportunity is available.
Good comment. Yes, there may be questions for individuals who testify. Once you've been sworn in, you have the status to be questioned. The time for that would be tonight. So with that, if we could begin the process of bringing individuals in, and there will be my request as I made to the applicant is please, if you can, stay within the time limit of 2 minutes per person, and then we'll get through all of the people who wish to be heard tonight and give everybody an equal chance. So let's begin then. Madam Clerk, are you or is Joe bringing folks in and unmuting people? How are we doing this?
Mayor, I'll be unmuting people, and Madam Clerk will be timing them.
Thank you, Noah. Okay, you have the control of all the blue hands that are currently raised.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, councilors. Miles is our first speaker. Miles, please unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in, and then you'll be given 2 minutes.
Miles, please raise your right hand and state your name and address.
I think you're unmuted, Miles. Noah, where are we?
Miles, can you you've been unmuted, so it looks like you're maybe having some audio trouble. We can come back to you if you'd like to raise your hand at a later time and go on to the next person to speak so you can figure out those issues. Okay, Mayor, the next person is Joan. Joan, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and then be given 2 minutes to speak.
Joan, please state your name and address.
My name is Joan Conroe, and I live at 2521 Calle de Rincon Bonito.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Proceed.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. No one questions that Santa Fe needs more housing, but I do not think that the proposed market rent apartments are meeting that need. Families want houses and working singles need affordability. The affordable allocation in this project is ridiculously minimal and limited, and the market rent is out of reach of working people. The Planning Commission basically punted the traffic problem to you folks, so I hope you're prepared to address it. Because despite what Jennifer Jenkins said tonight, the proposed fix is not going to cut it. And even commissioners who supported the development recognize that. Since it's basically impossible to deliver any meaningful testimony on a project this complex in 2 minutes, I wrote out detailed and thoughtful testimony that touched on numerous points. I submitted that testimony through the portal, but because there's a 2,000 character limit, I had to submit it in pieces. So I have no idea if the governing body received it or if it arrived in any sort of cohesive format, which leads me to the issue of process, which has been deeply flawed. From a malfunctioning portal to a bad link for tonight's meeting to the 2-minute limit on testimony, citizens who attempt to participate are challenged and restricted at every turn. Meanwhile, Jennifer gets extensive time. She gets to go first, she gets to use graphics, and she gets to continue the dialogue on Thursday, whereas citizens do not. The city's process is badly skewed in favor of the developer. This is the sort of thing that makes people cynical about government. I do hope you received and will actually read my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joan.
The next speaker,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor.
Just a quick question of clarification. If we were holding this hearing in person in chambers, would the public be able to utilize the presentation screen? That's kind of the thing that's an old device where they put their picture down, it's able to be presented to us in that sense?
I can't answer that question, but I said, I don't know. Is this a city attorney question or a technology question?
Mayor Weber, I apologize. Councilor Garcia, did you want to proceed?
had a question.
Well, but yeah, my question is, if we were holding this meeting in person in the chambers and a community member came up to the podium, there is that device, that old kind of transparency type of device where it projects an image and the governing body members are able to see part of a presentation, whether it's a picture, whatever it may be. That would pertain in a public hearing, correct?
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Councilor Garcia, I don't recall that option being made available in City Hall in my experience. I think that perhaps the chair of the meeting, the presiding officer, could allow for that. That's not something that's specifically allowed by our rules. I know that our appeal rules allow folks to submit things up to 10 days in advance to be included in the record as public comment and documents. But in terms of land use hearings, I don't recall that ever happening. I think perhaps that could be within the chair of the meeting's discretion.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure, I know that we're in this crazy Zoom world right now, but I still want to ensure that we're keeping with the spirit of the process, that if we were conducting the meetings in person, and if we were, and if we did allow those in the past, and in a case such as this, then I don't see anything that would prohibit us from allowing a community member to share the screen as they would in person. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Noah, do we have another individual ready to provide testimony?
Yes, Mayor. The next speaker is Brett. Brett, please unmute yourself now, and then you'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes to speak.
I'm unmuted.
Thank you. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Brett Frauenglass. I live at 2300 Calle Luminoso. I believe my house is the single closest dwelling to the southern portion of this development. And I actually purchased it with the hope that this development would go forward as soon as possible. Sometime in 2009 is when I bought it. I'm very excited about this project. I support it. I've been following it since its initial phases. I feel like the current iteration has gone a long way towards solving the traffic situation, which currently is not disastrous, but it could be improved, and I think this will improve it. I have some quibbles, minor, with the treatment of Galisteo Street, which I submitted through the portal. I'm hoping that that can be considered either now or at a future phase of this development. But on the whole, I think this project is a benefit to my neighborhood. I've seen some younger families start to move into the townhouse development that I currently live in. It's a great place to live. It has been for a long time. I think this will only enhance the neighborhood. We've got so many great assets. The additional housing, the possibility of flex space, places of employment, transit, the bike trail. The rail trail is fantastic. I think that's why a lot of people like this area. And the possibility for affordable housing in the neighborhood, which the city really needs. I could not be more excited about this current phase to finally see this go forward, and I hope you do approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, the next speaker is Michael. Michael, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll be sworn in.
Michael, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Michael Barrio, and I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition at 501 Helena Street. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. As you know, the coalition's fight to ensure the city of Santa Fe prioritizes housing accessibility, equity, and affordability depends on our continued push and support for development projects such as these. And as we continue to engage with and inform the community and continue to make progress with city leadership, we believe it's important that we continue to encourage projects that help us drive our coalition mission home while continuing to express our concerns where they exist, some of which you'll hear tonight, and always seeking to reach common ground. It is in this spirit that I urge you to support this project. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next speaker is Betty. Betty, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll be sworn in and then given 2 minutes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
can we make sure that staff reads the full name because people have similar first names on that list?
Sure.
Okay. Noah, I think if you could, even if you feel like you might not do a perfect job in pronouncing the name, don't be embarrassed. We all have that issue from time to time. So give it your best shot and apologize ahead of time to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Betty, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
My name is Betty Beecham. I live at 1896 Camino de Pabilo. And good evening, Mayor Weber and councilors. I'd like to take a minute to just say thank you for all of the work that goes into your jobs and in looking at this enormous presentation that was just absolutely beautiful and professional and thorough. And also I'd like to commend Lee for your job on this. And, you know, Jennifer's presentation, I think said it all. I don't know how anyone could be opposed to this after really walking through that. I think it's very exciting. And I think, you know, that this will be a new urban center for this part of town, which is sorely needed. I mean, if you think of how it is when you come off of St. Francis, off I-25 onto St. Francis and head into town, it's really fairly uninteresting. You know, it is, it's not an exciting entrance into town. And I think what has been proposed here by the developers who are reputable, great developers who love Santa Fe, and I think have the interest of Santa Fe at heart. I think what they've done is sort of an end cap to this area. You know, across the street is the Albertsons and sort of a not so vibrant center of retail, medical buildings. And on this side of the center, I think what will happen, it will just sort of finish off what's needed for the Zia station. I've lived in my townhouse, which is a stone's throw from this project for 10 years. So I've walked the neighborhoods. I've walked the rail trail 1,000 times at least.
Time on this item.
Is that my time?
Yes, it is. Can you?
Yes,
Oh.
it is.
Can you wrap it
Well,
up?
I'd like to, pardon me?
Could you just please wrap it up real quick?
Yes, I will. I want to support the project. I think it'll be an answer to the area and it will bring vibrancy to the Zia station and be a great benefit to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Richard Wood. Richard, please unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes to speak.
All right. Richard, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Right. I am Richard Wood. I live at 2197 Lustre Court. I'm a retired mechanical engineer with over 25 years experience driving on Zia, Rodeo, and St. Francis. Much of that was daily commuting during the AM and PM peak hours. I believe I have an understanding of the road and traffic conditions here that are at least as good, if not better, than that of Bohannon, Houston. With encouragement from the Planning Commission staff, I produced a detailed report summarizing the results of this 25-year traffic study. I believe that this report to be as legitimate as the BH report. I submitted it to the Planning Commission in early January. I was assured that it would be given thorough study and consideration. Though promised, I have received no significant response from PC staff or the acting traffic engineer to any of my findings, recommendations, or questions to date. The Planning Commission seemed totally unfamiliar with any of these issues I raised. Instead, the developer gave lip service to a couple of the easier topics and completely ignored the inconvenient points. In the end, I suspect that the only thing I will earn from all this work is the right to say, I told you so. It is incorrect that the proposed roadway changes solve all of the traffic problems at the intersection. Yes, the solution they have for the eastbound traffic works very well. I commend them for that, but they have misrepresented what the problems there are for the return traffic coming off of St. Francis onto Zia. That's a problem that cascades way back, and they have ignored that completely. I wish to point out that by their own admission, the BH modeling methods totally ignore pedestrian effects. Incredibly, they also ignored the market effects of the rail runner crossing and stops. I believe that the no left turn provisions at Galisteo represent the lowest cost to developer solution, not the best traffic solution for the neighborhood or through traffic. The many new U-turns that result from this no left turn are not, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Cindy Gregory. Cindy, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in given 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Under perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
I have dire concerns about the pedestrian and cyclist safety in the northern parcel, and I urge all of you to review the alarming statistics that I supplied to the Planning Commission. Zia and St. Francis is the most dangerous intersection and deadly for pedestrians and cyclists, not only in our city, but in our state and in the nation. I think I agree with Richard that I think a lot about the traffic and pedestrian safety has been ignored by the developer. Tonight, however, I wish to address aesthetics. We're a destination city because of something called Santa Fe style. Books have been written about it, about our earthly ambiance and Adobe architecture. This development, I believe, thumbs its nose at all of that. It's out of place, out of scale, and worse, it follows this mindless philosophy that if there's an intersection with a lot of cars, then it must be a great place for a Walmart. I am hoping that you, the keepers and visioneers of Santa Fe, have the sensibility to not let this happen. All it takes is a few minor tweaks, and I believe everyone goes home happy and our city thrives. I implore you to please honor the highway corridor protection. It is there exactly for this purpose. We can do better than this. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to remind members of the public that when you're sworn in, you have to give your full name and your full address for the record, please. It seems that we need that. The next person is Sterling Grogan. Sterling, go ahead and unmute yourself and you will be sworn in your 2 minutes to begin.
Go ahead. I'm very sorry.
You need to turn off one of your 2 microphones.
Unmute? Is that okay?
No.
Sterling, you might want to mute the television or whatever other device is streaming this meeting.
How do you unmute that?
Oh, as it can be. I'm sorry. Can you come back to me?
Yes, of course, absolutely. There must be more than one device going and the feedback is going back and forth, but we will absolutely come back to you.
Next speaker is Cheryl Gardopi. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Anyways, Cheryl, please go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and then commence will begin.
Cheryl, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Cheryl Gardape, 1880 Briante Lane, Santa Fe. I would like to first address the process that has been utilized throughout this endeavor. Today alone, a number of our community members attempted to submit information today, yesterday, and Sunday. So it wasn't evidently connected to the difficulty with the internet with the city. People were unable to submit information. A lot of it today went to the city attorney. I don't know what's happened with that, but I want to echo what Joan pointed out, that the contrast in processes granted to the residents is extremely different from that granted to the developer. I want to also echo what one of my other fellow Candelario residents stated, which is that the traffic study done by Bohannon doesn't seem to be in alignment with the information we get from other traffic engineers that live in our own community. And we hope that you will study this information much more rigorously and closely, not asking the questions only of Jennifer Jenkins, but inquiring of other people like Rick Woods, who has already spoken, who know about traffic and understand some of the errors being made in the effort to make this project look very shiny and bright. The other thing that I think is important to mention is that we are in essence trading in the highway corridor protections that have protected our neighborhood from overdevelopment and excess traffic in exchange for 39 units that will be used for 10 years for affordable housing. Our neighborhood is very much in support of affordable housing. We are excited about the development that's the city is sponsoring near Albertsons that will provide housing to the families of police officers and single mothers at an affordable rate, but we do not want to exchange the safety of our neighborhood by adding 7,900 cars a day by the developer's estimate to an intersection that they insist they can improve to succeed in ways that we have many, many reasons to doubt. We hope that you will evaluate this more thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ty Bixby. Ty, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll be sworn in and commence to begin.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Ty Bixby. I live at 5 Calle Pinonero, Santa Fe. I live in the neighborhood just a few blocks away from the site. I'm in favor of the project. I think this is the right project in the right location. As the applicant mentioned, it has all the components that are needed. There's mixed use, there's multiple housing types, there's places to work, there's places to shop. I'm grateful that we have local developers of the caliber of SF Brown, Mark Bertram and Merritt Brown invest in this community. They take incredible risks. They put themselves forward to bring these kinds of projects to fruition that I really do think benefit the greater Santa Fe community. We do have a housing situation. I'm a realtor, as I've stated in other hearings related to this project, and I'm not speaking on behalf of our association, but the Association of Realtors of Santa Fe did produce a study in December that showed excess demand for thousands of housing units. By my estimate and looking at the number of permits that are in the pipeline and the number of units we've produced, we have years to go until we meet the housing needs of the community. A lot of that traffic you see that's southbound on St. Francis Drive that Jennifer Jenkins referred to, those are people that commute to Rio Rancho and Santa Fe. And wouldn't it be nice if people that work here could actually afford to live here? So want to express again my gratitude to the planning staff for doing an outstanding job of following the letter of the law with respect to the process, the code, and also to the mayor and the members of the governing body for taking the time to hear this, give everyone a fair hearing. I think that we do a good job as a city of giving all the voices a fair shot. So I'm glad I live in Santa Fe. I think this project is good for our town. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ed Oppenheimer. Ed, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Mr. Oppenheimer, under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Ed Aku Oppenheimer, and I am speaking to you tonight as president of the Candlelight Neighborhood Association. And the Candlelight Neighborhood, I must depart from my remarks to point out something along the way. I had intended to point out 5 reasons why the city's review process requires this case to be delayed tonight. Here are only 2. Number 1, in arriving at its approval vote on the Zia Station, the Planning Commission appears to have violated Santa Fe Code Chapter 14 and the New Mexico 2018 state statutes, Chapter 3-21-5, which directs how municipalities must make zoning decisions throughout this state. Number 2, on March 25th, we emailed questions to you about the the governing body, about the legality of February 18th Planning Commission hearings proceedings. As of today, we are still waiting to receive any kind of acknowledgement of our questions. The letter now has 66 co-signers and will remain open for more. After this meeting, I sent a fuller discussion of the facts on which our questions were based directly to your emails after the start of this meeting, with a list of the co-signers to provide 48 hours for your consideration before the final vote. I was going to point out other issues with the process, but here I must depart from my prepared remarks to note that traffic issues raised by this proposal are not necessarily resolved by the plan mitigation measures. The study states on page 6, the north parcel is expected to develop first with the south parcel to follow. It is anticipated that a follow-up traffic study will be prepared when the south parcel is developed to determine if the mitigation presented herein continues to result in an acceptable level of service. In other words, the developer's own commission study says, we don't know if this is going to work, and you're going to need to revisit it with a new traffic study before you start phase 2. There are many other issues with this proposal like this, but I do not have the time. So I urge you to respond to these failures of city process and other questions you have heard tonight already, to approve the Zia, to refuse to before approving the Zia Station proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alan Richardson, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and you'll be given 2 minutes.
Alan, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Alan Richardson. I live at 2203 Brillante Street. And Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing us this opportunity to speak. I did have some prepared comments, but I'm going to divert from those. I have 25 years of development experience specializing in site location studies. I've worked for the New Mexico Economic Development Department as director, deputy secretary, and interim secretary. I've been involved in a host of projects around the state that involve a lot of very close overhead studies of what these projects will do, the impact they'll have on the surrounding area. What I would like to do is respond to a couple of things that Jennifer stated in her presentation. First of all, walkable community. How can this be a walkable community when it sits next to one of the busiest intersections in Santa Fe and highways, divided by a 4-lane road with a traffic count of 17,100 cars daily, with the projection of generating another 7,900 cars daily, bringing the total to 25,000 cars a day passing through that area. It makes absolutely no sense on how that can be a walkable community, especially when you throw on the rail runner that's going to be making 18 passes a day through that walkable community. I don't understand. Secondly, Jennifer talked about things, but she gave just one point of view. For example, the sidewalks. They're going to be extended and improved on Zia Road as it relates only to the development, no further than that. She talks about the views. She looks west at the views people driving through will have. She doesn't talk about the views west that we have of the buildings that will be put in place. It makes no sense to me again. The rail corridor study. The rail corridor study done in 2008 was not adopted by the city. It has no place in the planning documents for this project. It does not conform to any standards set by rail transit rail systems. For example, there won't be any additional stops on the rail runner in Santa Fe. There's going to have one stop, Zia Station, that's it, until you get down to Department of Transportation.
Alan, your time is up.
Pardon?
Your time is up, Mr. Richard.
Okay, I am sorry. Thank you for giving me my time.
Thank you.
Margaret Marshall, please go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll be sworn in and then given 2 minutes.
Margaret, you're still muted.
Now am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. Thank you. Margaret, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
Margaret Marshall, 2172 Ojo Court. I'm a member of the Candlelight Neighborhood Association Board. I'm a member at large. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Mayor and governing body, regarding the proposed Zia Station development, please do not approve removal of corridor protections. Please do not approve requested general plan amendments and zoning changes. I am not opposed to development of these properties. Rather, I'm opposed to the Zia Station development as proposed. The proposed density is not aligned with what the city of Santa Fe is. Our city ordinances exist for a reason. Let's adhere to our ordinances and their intent and keep Santa Fe as the unique and special place that it is. Doing this does not preclude affordable housing. It does not preclude revenue flow to the city from development. This is not an either or situation. We can still have affordable housing. We can still have revenue flow to contribute to a healthy city budget. The developer has no intrinsic right to be granted variances, exceptions, changes to ordinances, etc., especially when other developers have complied with corridor protections and other regulating ordinances. The developer has had every opportunity to present a proposal that is aligned with our city and its values, that is aligned with the current general plan, corridor protections, and zoning. The developer has not submitted such a plan. In my opinion, and that of many others, greed is written very largely here. Mayor and governing body, please do not follow the lead of the Planning Commission, which acted with impunity in February of this year to twist and distort our city ordinances so that they could recommend to you that you approve the developer's proposal. Please stand your ground and protect and preserve our wonderful city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Werwath, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and then you'll be given 2 minutes.
Daniel, will you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Daniel. Please state your name and address.
My name is Daniel Werwath. I live at 1611 Camino Porvenir in Santa Fe. I'm speaking in 3 capacities today. First, in professional capacities. I'm speaking in support of this project as the Executive Director of New Mexico Interfaith Housing and as the Interim Director of the Santa Fe Housing Trust. In both of these cases, we strongly want to support the provision of affordable units and market rate projects. This is the first time this has been proposed. We think it's imperative that we support this type of provision and usage of our inclusionary zoning ordinance. On a personal level, I'd like to speak about the bigger context. You've heard plenty of stats from me over the last couple of years, but like, I want to just stop and say that like the housing problem we're in right now it wasn't inevitable. It's the product of a lack of long-term planning. It's a product of things like overlay districts that downzoned all our most intensely zoned land in the city. And then ultimately, it's the product of little decisions, things like denying the affordable housing project on Siringo, denying the El Rio project with 60 dedicated affordable housing units, then stopping by process the redevelopment of the Zia handball court into affordable housing 2 years ago. These are all things that have contributed to the situation we're in. And there's situations where we make decisions based on a couple people, a couple dozen people, not the interest of the whole community. And I think it's critical we think about the interest of the whole community when we look at big macro issues like this. This has to do with macro planning, whether views are more important than housing and affordable housing. Code that hasn't even been updated since a commuter rail line was installed. We're so behind the ball on this that we really need to think about the larger whole. That's what we elect you to do, is be a little smarter than all of us put together, right? And not cater to a small group of people that fear change. And I understand that fear, that's fair. Change is difficult and hard to contemplate, but we need this housing, both market rate and affordable. And this is, I think, a good project and a good opportunity for the community to do transit-oriented development.
Time, Daniel. Good timing.
Thank you.
Robert Morlino is next. Robert, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in.
Robert,
Great.
under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name's Robert Morlino. I live at 2909 Pueblo Pintado. I just urge the council to approve and support this development. Capacity. I'm on the leadership committee for the Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition as well. So sorry, back to my remarks. Infill is important, and if we don't make a concerted effort in that direction, then the market will take over, and we've seen what that's done to housing in the city. I think it results in urban sprawl, which I think is not as sustainable for the city or our environment. I want to thank the councilors and everybody who shared their opinions. They're all important. And I want to recognize the many, maybe thousands of people who cannot be here to voice their opinions for two reasons. One group, maybe many thousands, and they're all right, have already had to leave Santa Fe because of a historic scarcity of housing, especially affordable housing. The other group are working families who right now maybe are working in our wonderful hospitality industry that's recovering, or helping their kids with their homework and can't make the time to be here at this moment. These are groups that I think are important to consider when we're talking about more housing or more affordable housing and market rate housing, because they are the ones that this appeals to. They're the ones that need it most, and they are underrepresented in this meeting. Let's make no mistake here, the opposition to this project has been loud, and because of many decades of housing policy in Santa Fe, some of the voices of those working people have been shouted over or not considered. So if there is more, there's been plenty of, I think, vocal opposition to this development, but I would also, and plenty of support in this hearing. I would just remember that the people who maybe would be for it are disenfranchised and maybe aren't as able to have their voices heard. And I just want to ask everybody to really weigh heavily the opinions of experts. We have a lot of them engaged in this. I think a lot of them are trying really hard. They remain professional and level-headed in their remarks, and maybe get shouted over, but they've worked really hard, and they have put a lot of time and effort into the studies they've presented here tonight and will present here in the future. So I think their opinions deserve to be weighed pretty heavily. And I think we deserve to pay attention to the most informed voices, not always the loudest ones. So thank you very much, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you.
Sean Evans. Sean, please unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Sean, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Thank you. My name is Sean Evans. I live at 1121 North Luna Circle. Mayor Weber, councilors, thank you. I strongly encourage you to approve this project. I lead AOS Architects here in Santa Fe and understand the development of affordable housing. I'm not involved in this project. So much of the debate of density and views frames development as an either-or scenario, as if we must choose to either see the mountains or provide affordable housing. This is absurd. We can and we must do both, but as Daniel Werwath was quoted in the paper this morning, we must make sure that we're first seeing the mountains of data on equity and housing affordability. Certain view sheds are essential to the character of our city, but this does not mean that we are all entitled to all views of all mountains from all places. The ZIA project is a smart and balanced development located where it can minimize its overall impact, perhaps most importantly with respect to sustainability and carbon impact by being adjacent to transit. Yes, it requires adjustment to view corridors, but it is clear to those of us working in affordable housing that we have too few appropriate locations for projects like this. And if we had any place to prioritize density over views, this is it. Appropriate planning requires that we routinely re-examine our priorities and policies to make sure they are in alignment. Our city's restrictions on density, height, and style are preventing us from necessary, appropriate, and equitable growth. Our policies encourage cultural appropriation and have resulted in exceptional gentrification. If Santa Fe is to survive, we must make sure that we fight harder to prevent cultural erasure than we do to prevent erasure of views. Does this mean that we abandon zoning or preservation or care for views? Of course not, but many of us believe that they need a rebalancing. Don't penalize this project because we haven't, as a city, sufficiently fulfilled our obligation for long-term planning. Approve the project. Then let's get to work on balancing the development code with our collective values. We can preserve the culture and character of this place. We can grow responsibility in ways that promote equity, dignity, and sustainability while resisting gentrification. We must do all of this. So let's roll up our sleeves and do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Watkins, Ann, go ahead and unmute yourself, and then you'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Thank you. Under penalty of perjury, Ann, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Ann Watkins. I live at 2138 Candelero in the Candlelight neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, and thanks also to Lee and Noah and the Planning Commission for all the hard work they've done reviewing and analyzing this case. I support the Zia Station development proposal, and I think that the major concerns of the neighborhood regarding traffic and pedestrian access and safety have been creatively addressed, as has the amount of affordable and market rate housing. Those of us who worked with with Jennifer Jenkins on these and other issues have appreciated her willingness to pursue innovative improvements that are now a part of the development plan. And Ms. Jenkins has also agreed to form a design committee with those of us who are concerned about the project's aesthetics. Since this is the entryway to our neighborhood, as well as to downtown Santa Fe, we want to make sure that it does in fact adhere to traditional architectural designs and reflects traditional earth tones as she has promised. I also want to speak to the issue of transit-oriented development. As director of transit in Albuquerque for 8 years under 2 mayors, I was selected by the Federal Transit Administration to participate in a national committee that traveled to Australia and New Zealand to see how those countries were moving to revitalize their cities with focused urban development around transit nodes. The Biden administration is now pursuing investment in transit as one element of a plan to mitigate climate change. Zia Station offers exactly that opportunity to Santa Fe and will encourage use of the existing rail runner infrastructure for trips into Santa Fe and south to Albuquerque. It will also provide an alternative type of housing that will appeal to new generations like my grandchildren who don't wish to live in automobile-dependent suburbs. I'm excited to have this new addition to the neighborhood area, and I look forward to working with the developer on the neighborhood-focused commercial promised for phase 2. I urge your support for this innovative and creative development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marlene Scally. Marlene, please unmute yourself and then you'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Marlene Marcus Scally. I live at 2142 Candelero Street. I've been a resident for 27 years here in this horseshoe type neighborhood. I wish to express concern about the traffic study. I believe it's seriously incomplete in that all the homes on the Candelero horseshoe, and I believe there's over 100 of them, face danger in exiting from Candelero in order to make a left-hand turn onto Zia in order to go up to St. Francis and there make a left-hand turn to go to work. I'm talking about peak hours. The study ends at the new Galisteo point and doesn't take in the branching out of people who live in the Candelero Street area ready to make the left-hand turn. We have 2 entrances and exits. If I think of the furthest exit entrance off Candelero into Zia, that point is on a curve. So the ability to see what cars are coming toward us as we inch out trying to make a left-hand turn is very dangerous. As to the first entrance, the one closest to Galisteo, in trying to make that left-hand turn, we're faced with the end of everyone lining up into those 3 lanes of traffic that eventually turned left onto St. Francis. I just ask that that study, the traffic study, be extended further out, that time and attention be paid to the fact that you're putting an entire neighborhood, the Candelero Street neighborhood, in danger as they try to make a left-hand turn during peak hours onto Zia in order to then make a left-hand turn onto St. Francis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Randall Bell. Randall, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for.
We have to swear you in first. If you'll wait 1 minute.
Randy, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Randall Bell, 2991 Viaje Pavo Real, Santa Fe. I have a procedural question, and that relates to submission of further written comments prior to the hearing set for the 8th. As you know, many people have had difficulties submitting written comments. And I understand that the 8th will not allow for any public input, but will people be able to submit written comments between now and that meeting on the 8th?
Sally?
Mayor Weber, members of the council, the notices we've provided have stated that there won't be more, and the logic to cutting off the public comment today was that due to the volume of information, we really wanted to ensure that the decision makers could really evaluate everything, all of the comments submitted, all of the oral testimony this evening, all of the staff reports, all of the documentation and the plans for development. So that has been what our notices have provided, that the written comments would be accepted through 1 o'clock today. Those are all in the record, as are the many, many comments that came in at the Planning Commission stage.
Okay, well, I think that's objectionable on the basis that many people have had difficulty submitting comments, and also, as pointed out by Joan, the first commenter tonight, there is virtually endless time for the developer to meet with city staff, give extensive presentations such as this evening, and she will be able to do that on the 8th. And the public is really constrained, and it's, I think, counter to the public's due process rights. So let me try to quickly address some things. Also, if I go over a bit, I would ask that you grant me a little extra time. I'm speaking on behalf of the Old Santa Fe Association, which we have, hundreds of members. And so, first of all, as the Old Santa Fe Association president, I want to just go on record that we strongly support the Candlelight Neighborhood Association, which is resolutely expressed a number of concerns. There's not time to address all of them, of course, but primarily I want to address the issue of the corridor protection ordinance. A number of people have acted like it is a meaningless, out-of-date concept. It is essential. These corridor protections were created after years and decades of stakeholders in the community, and it is a key aspect of protecting what we value in Santa Fe, these openness of views, etc. There are many other places where higher buildings could be built. They don't have to be on the corridors. And the corridors have never been violated. This would be the first time and would be a terrible precedent to establish. So I very strongly urge the council to uphold the existing corridor protection. If they don't get the corridor protection override, then they're going to have to reduce the density. I believe that this project can be built. Obviously, a lot of time, attention, and quality of design went into it. The presentation at the Planning Commission by Ms. Jenkins was that the margin on these projects are just razor thin, she emphasized. Now, she's presenting the proposition that that the developer just won't be able to make enough money if they don't get their full density and their full height. There's a presumption there that is based upon facts that are not in evidence, which is we don't know what the developer's financials and projections are on this. So the city cannot make a decision based upon a representation as to the developer's alleged financial profitability of a project.
Mr. Randall, your time is up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth West, please unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Thank you. Elizabeth, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Elizabeth, please state your name and address.
My name's Elizabeth West, and I live at in the South Capitol area, 318 Senna Street. And of course, like pretty much everybody else in town, I drive by this area quite often. I'm very disturbed about the willingness to approach an ordinance that was worked on so thoroughly over the years. And that does not mean that I don't think there should be changes, but I don't like the way that this is being approached. That disturbs me, and I wish that a moderation of this development could occur. I do have some issues around the idea of the territorial design, but I don't think that's what we're going to be addressing here tonight. So maybe if it goes through, I might like to be on the committee having to do with the design. I personally like brown houses, and I hope to have softer edges. So just so you know, Ms. Jenkins, I think the pushback that this development has received is probably very helpful. It looks as if they're some of the best parts of public involvement includes a variety of way of looking at things. And that only benefits us. It benefits us at least in two ways. One is, as a person of the public, it feels good to be heard. Thank you very much. And it benefits a developer's vision. There are many good ideas that can come out from group talk, and it's frustrating, it's difficult. We could wave a magic wand, but that doesn't happen. And therefore, I would like to stress that this pushback, as I'm calling it, is kind of crucial. And therefore, I do agree with many of the people who have talked about the process. I can feel my time is almost up. Therefore, I want to just address quickly the important business around affordable housing. I am absolutely in favor of that. I have a little rental unit, and it's way below. It's a separate house, and it's way below market value. I love being a good girl like that. Big deal, right? But what happens in 10 years to these affordable houses or bits of affordable housing? I'm hoping that you might consider requesting the developer to change that or look into it, and to not just suddenly say, oops, okay, a decade has passed, now you can sell it for whatever you want. But I know that's
Ms. West, your
complicated.
time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Grant Alexander. Grant, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
You are still muted.
Grant, did you want to unmute yourself?
Go to the lower left corner of your screen.
Here, we can come back to Grant if you'd like.
Okay, Grant, we will put you back in the queue, but we will come back to you for sure.
Okay. Miles Conway. Miles, go ahead and unmute yourself right now.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yay,
indeed.
did it.
Miles, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Miles Conway, 495 New Mexico 592 87506. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thanks for hearing all this comment tonight. I do echo what someone just before me mentioned. I think some of the comments in opposition will be very useful as we move forward with the planning process for what I hope is an approval of this project. Without repeating what everyone has said before around affordable housing and the care that went into the development of this project, I want to echo that. I just want to mention, speaking on behalf of the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association members, builders, who are in the midst of an incredible construction boom right now. Those booms don't last forever, and it is these larger projects which come online in the next few years. This looks like it'll be up to a 10-year build out. Our local members will look forward to participating in in this project, should it be approved. And we really respect and applaud the designers of this project. Now, I know there are some out-of-town developers involved in it, but there's also a lot of local people involved in it. And these are local people that also have expressed their commitment for keeping this project as local as possible. I think it's a very beautiful project. As someone who has experienced that vertigo and disorientation of navigating some of our highly dense residential neighborhoods, I love how this project has commercial and residential all mingled together within, very close proximity to transportation and bicycle paths. I think it is smart growth, and I hope to see more of this type of design and care into projects in the future, where we are building neighborhoods, not all-inclusive neighborhoods, commercial, residential, etc. Thanks for hearing my comment, and thanks for the hard work you're doing, making these very difficult decisions, but very important ones. And I think they can be enthusiastic. I think it's so fun to see our community evolving and developing. And I hope that we turn to the enthusiasm of this project next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Levin. Barbara, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and your 2 minutes will begin.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
I'm Barbara Levin at 2200 Arter Street, a 43-year resident of Candlelight, and I assure you we're not afraid of anything, but we are very concerned about many things. I was the former president of the Candlelight Neighborhood Association during a lot of the discussions and development. And while many aspects of this proposal have concerned me and the process has concerned me greatly, I have only 2 minutes to express it. So I will focus on the worst aspect. And the worst aspect is the waiver of the Highway Protection Corridor District. It was argued on unapproved studies and false assertions. And it's a shame to grant this ordinance waiver. Consider that the only factor that would require the waiver is a 3-story building of office space and retail space. And please drive around Santa Fe and see that every corner of Santa Fe has for lease signs on businesses like that. So I really protest spot ordinance enforcement for things such as plentiful space already available. We, of course, feel it's too much density and request that you disapprove all of it at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, did you want to circle back to Grant Alexander? It looks like he's got his hand raised and may have his audio working.
Sure.
Okay. Grant, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks. Please state your name and address.
My name is Grant Alexander, and I live at 2327 Calle Tranquilo in the Soy Lomas area right by the site. And I worked as a traffic engineer and an architect for a number of years, and I drive through the intersection every day like a lot of people in town. Excuse me. And I just think it's important that the density in the urban core is really what makes downtown Santa Fe unique. And this project is trying to add some of that needed in density to a neighborhood that doesn't have any. And traffic is not great at this intersection. And it's really something that isn't going to be improved overnight, no matter what. And the city is very unlikely to improve it in its own. And the way my experience working as a traffic engineer, the way that you get intersection level of service to improve is when the city leverages new developments to get private funds as part of the development. And that's exactly what's happening here. This project adds housing units, commercial benefits, amenities. This is a real benefit to the neighborhood and to Santa Fe, and I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next speaker is Sterling Grogan. I think we had tried with him before. So Sterling, go ahead and unmute yourself, and then you'll be sworn in.
Sterling, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks. Please state your name and address.
My name is Sterling Grogan. I live at 2138 Candelero Street, approximately 300 feet west of the Zia Station development. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I ask that the City Council adopt and condition approval of the Zia Station development on a modified version of Condition 12 of the staff report to the Planning Commission for the Zia Station development. The modification that I propose would add the following text to Condition 12. The city will develop and provide to the applicant a design for remediation of the natural gas pipeline crossing immediately upstream of Zia Station property. The applicant will voluntarily work with the city to implement the city's design, subject to monitoring by the city. That's the end of the additional text that I propose. The applicant, thanks to Jennifer Jenkins, and I appreciate her help with this, has committed to the neighborhood to work with the city to remediate the natural gas pipeline crossing, because that is the cause of the erosion that the original language of Condition 12 is intended to address. Jennifer mentioned this in her presentation as the upgrading of the arroyo. By implementing the additional text for Condition 12, the city and the applicant will prevent future erosion, which will not be prevented by the current text of Condition 12. Without the remediation, money spent on bank stabilization could be wasted when the inevitable next large rainfall runoff occurs, because the natural gas pipeline crossing includes 2 undersized culverts that greatly enhance the erosive forces of large runoff events downstream in the Arroyo de los Chamisos on Zia Station and other private properties downstream. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Nathan T. Nathan, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes to speak.
Okay. I didn't know I was speaking in my sheet.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Nathan Thomas. I live at 2194 Lustra Court. You know, I support development and mixed use. And I agree, like most people, that Santa Fe needs more family housing. I fail to understand how more apartments give us family working housing. Ms. Jenkins asked tonight, you know, how does she relate to the surrounding neighborhood? And the only thing I can come up with to answer her is, in my opinion, special treatment. This developer is asking for special treatment that no other development or developer has asked for or received concerning the South Central Highway Corridor. In addition, they're asking for eliminating appropriate setbacks on Zia. Ms. Jenkins always refers to setbacks from St. Francis, but never from Zia. The other treatment they're going to do for our neighborhood is they're going to bring downtown traffic to an existing R7 neighborhood. And we can see this in their parking garages. Why does a neighborhood need parking garages with the same capacity as the St. Francis City parking garage? I don't understand this. I would wish for you guys to go back and look at the Planning Commission tape and see where, when Planning Commission members asked her, why can't you do this at 2-story? Her immediate answer was, if we do, we're eliminating the affordable housing. I just see this affordable housing, which is needed, as a leveraging of Santa Fe. And we are throwing out ordinances to make this happen. This is shameful. Are we the city different, or are we the city of apartments? Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Michelle, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your whole name and address.
My name is Michelle Chisholm. I live at 1916 Camino Lumbre, Santa Fe. When Ms. Jenkins met with the commissioners on February 18th, she supplied 2 pieces of glaring misinformation to the board. Ms. Jenkins showed a map which implied that since we would no longer be able to make a left onto Zia from Galisteo, that the traffic that was being rerouted to Chaparral Elementary would take the whole of Galisteo Road to get to the school. This is just not true. The shortest route to Chaparral Elementary is straight through Camino Lumbre. Our streets on Camino Lumbre already have large fissures in them which the city will not repair despite some neighbors calling the city about them. Camino Lumbre lacks the infrastructure to accommodate the increase in traffic. Forcing this residential street to become a major thoroughfare by rerouting traffic through our streets, which are in current disrepair, will only make a bad situation worse. Ms. Jenkins also stated when asked what the impact on Galisteo was on Galisteo and Rodeo Road, there was no impact. That's completely false. That intersection is already dangerous for people crossing and most especially for cars trying to make a left from Galisteo Road onto Rodeo Road. If the city is going to approve this project, then this community will need a stoplight at that intersection. Many people in this community use the rail trail for walking our dogs, jogging, and bicycling. We cross over to Galisteo Road from Camino Capitan, Galisteo Court, Camino Lumbre, Camino Pabilo, and Calle Luminoso to get there. As it stands now, it's a very dangerous crossing with cars speeding on Galisteo Road and drivers not paying attention to the road, especially at some of the blind curves. We need to have crosswalks. We need to implement some safety issues, and we're going to need to have flashing crosswalks at Galisteo Road at the corners of Camino Lumbre, Camino Capitan, and Galisteo Court. We're also going to be needing a stoplight at Galisteo Road and Rodeo Road. And Camino Lumbre will need to be resurfaced in order to sustain the enormity of the increase in traffic. Speed bumps along Camino Lumbre will also be needed to help slow down the traffic. Further traffic flow studies will need to be conducted and assessed for the intersections.
Mayor, I think that was the 2 minutes.
Yes, thanks, Noah.
The next speaker is Eric Wolf. Eric, if you could go ahead and unmute yourself, you'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
This is Eric Wolf.
Thank you. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Eric Wolf. I live at 2959 Viaje Pavo Real in Ms. Cassett Sanchez's district, which is about 2 miles from this intersection. I drive through this intersection most days 2 times, as do hundreds of my neighbors in my area. This intersection is dangerous. It's the site of many car crashes. Pedestrians take their lives in their hands to cross the Zia Road. And I agree with other speakers that a traffic study should be obtained from a neutral third party. I'm concerned that the city will become liable for poorly designed intersections and will be sued for traffic deaths, and that'll be a cost that we'll all bear. I think the design will create traffic chaos, as the speaker just before me described in much more detail. I also question whether we're building affordable housing for people in Santa Fe, I recently drove through the parking lot of one of the new apartment developments that's right at the corner of Rodeo Road and the railroad tracks at the other end of Galisteo Road here. And 25% of the cars had out-of-state license plates, some of them from as far away as South Carolina and Washington. I believe the density of this project is the problem. Increased density is going to create increased traffic problems and deaths, and increased density is going to make the area more unlivable. A reasonable project here is completely a good idea. Most of the neighbors here approve of an appropriate project, but not one that's so dense. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Christina Gonzalez. Christina, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes to speak.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Christina Gonzalez, and I live at 1873 Candela Street. I am directly adjacent to the north parcel of the Zia Station development in the neighborhood directly to the west. I am an artist. I am an arts educator. I work in the public schools. I'm a mother. I have a 6th grader and a 9th grader, and I'm in support of this development. I don't have a 25-year history in this neighborhood because I couldn't afford to live in Santa Fe until very recently. I commuted for 15 years into Santa Fe in order to be able to live here, in order to be able to work here. And that was working in different school capacities as an educator. In my opinion, the need for housing is far more critical, far more important than my desire for a beautiful view. And of course, I'm gonna miss some views. And of course, I'm gonna miss that lovely green space and the juniper and the pinon that is mature trees and running my dogs and all of those aspects that we imagine in our collective imagination become emblematic of open space and of the beauty of Santa Fe. But you know what? Housing is more important. I work with so many teachers and administrators in the public schools who cannot afford to live here. And yes, we only have 10% affordable housing. It's a start. I could have used 10 years of affordable housing for my family when I was getting my start. And I feel it's incumbent upon me now as a homeowner in Santa Fe to speak up for the people who are coming behind me and who also need places to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Hedden. Kelly, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes to speak.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Kelly Heaton, and I live at 2323 Calle Luminoso. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I would like to ask each of you to read the explanation of the dissenting vote of the Planning Commissioners, Dominic Satenia and Janet Clow, on rezoning the boundary of the South Central Highway Corridor. Ms. Clow, being an attorney and quite able to see the forest through the trees, could see the imminent destruction of not only the St. Francis corridor, but also the Old Pecos Trail corridor. Both were opposed to the piecemeal dismantling of the ordinance, which, contrary to the developer's argument that this ordinance is outdated, cited the ordinance's purposes, which are to give a clear sense of openness, set a scale of buildings representative of Santa Fe, and to have zoning consistent with the general plan. My question to you, councilors and mayor, is how can an ordinance that is in existence to preserve and protect become outdated? I am not convinced that the legality of this rezoning proposition, wherein you are basically letting one entity out of the district because the rules don't work for them, could be in question. A rezone of this magnitude and intensity should be done through the general plan and should be done through a series of meetings, inviting the community to participate and give feedback. These two corridors, St. Francis and Old Pecos, encompass a lot of properties, both residential and commercial. The community should have a chance to weigh in on a rezone like this and decide what we want the gateways to the city to look like. and approval of this request sets a precedent for all other projects to circumvent the intent of the ordinance and in time render it useless, and at the same time changing the first views of Santa Fe that visitors will see. I know it is hard to conceive that just this little approval could change the face of Santa Fe, but it will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Roth. Bill, please unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
You're still muted.
This is Bill Roth. I live at 1713A Montano Street. I am a longtime resident of Santa Fe. I moved here in 1975.
Thank you. I need to swear you in, please.
Bill,
Under
Sorry about that.
Excuse
penalty
us.
of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is.
Thank you.
You bet. So yes, I'm a longtime resident. I'm a longtime home builder, member of the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association. I'm on the board with Daniel Werwath of the New Mexico Interfaith Housing. So I'm real concerned with affordable housing. A project like this has a huge number of moving parts. It's great to hear the community involvement. As been stated by other folks, this kind of feedback helps the developer and helps the designers to fine tune it. Overall, I think this is a project that needs to go forward. And frankly, I like the idea of an architectural mix. Lots of people have spoken against that, but honestly, people don't come to Santa Fe to drive through the Candelario neighborhood or the Bellman neighborhood or anything else that was built to mimic a Santa Fe style. They come to see the downtown. And the irony of this is a project that is conceived to have that kind of high density mix that made Santa Fe so special. And in my mind, one of the things that makes downtown special is there is an architectural mix. We kind of forget about the fact that there's been numerous influxes of people from around the country that brought their architectural style to various parts of the community, which to me makes the community really vibrant. So being able to see there's 3 of Santa Fe's finest local architects involved with this project, to me is a really good sign. And I sincerely hope this goes forward. I understand there'll probably be some changes and there may be some that's needed, but overall, I am in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie Beninato. Stephanie, please unmute yourself and you'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Stephanie, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your address?
Oh, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, good. I agree with speakers who have said that the process is backwards, that you should be changing the master plan and looking at the corridor protections as a whole before you piecemeal allow this type of development. It is a very bad precedent, and you are negating the ordinance altogether. And the view to the east is just as important as the view to the west. I also want to remind you that if a studio apartment costs $800 for affordable housing at full market rate, that's over $1,200. And I'd like to know who at $30,000 or $35,000 can really afford a studio apartment at $1,200. I'd like to know how many townhouses, et cetera, how much percentage of the affordable housing is given to each of those types of housing that is proposed. I think that the height could come down easily by having lower ceilings in the commercial spaces. They don't need to be 12 or 14 feet high. And certainly the parking could be put underground and some of the commercial space be put on top of the parking, which again would reduce the height. The U-turns that were proposed are really undoable for trucks. I have a Subaru with a good turning radius, and I can tell you when I make a U-turn from Chavez Center onto around Rodeo Road, that I barely make it onto the 2-lane, and I don't think a truck will. I think they'll go over the curb. Let's see, there's one other thing I want to say. And yeah, I'd like to see the financials on this because again, the razor thin margin, how much is the developer really making? Do you really need 370 units? to produce 39 affordable units. At the Planning Commission, they said they did not have enough parking, and now suddenly they have much more parking than needed. They said they were under, I can't remember what the, undersubscribed. So I'd like to know how the parking got increased. And, you know, Zia Station initially was just going to be a drop off. Now it's a transit place. Families are not going to be biking to the school and then biking to their work. And it's encouraging.
Mayor, the next speaker is Madeline Carey. Madeline, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll be given 2 minutes.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Madeline Carey, and I live at 1674 Camino de Cruz Blanca. Good evening, Mayor Weber and councilors. I have deep gratitude for everyone involved in this, and I'm floored by the wisdom, expertise, and vision of my fellow community members, city staff, and councilors. I have a degree in biology and urban planning, which underpins a lot of how I look at this issue, and I'd like to give my emphatic support for granting the plan amendments and rezoning requests necessary to allow this project to continue. People, not buildings, make neighborhoods and cities are living dynamic entities, which has been greatly studied at one of our cherished institutions, the Santa Fe Institute. Many of the rules and regulations and plans to restrict growth in Santa Fe or preserve the Santa Fe style aesthetic have only succeeded in restricting equitable growth and keeping things the same for the select economically privileged few. The housing crisis we are in is one of our own making. It's a crisis brought on by a century of valuing aesthetics and a sense of openness over the human right to housing. And it has deep implications for our conversations around culture, history, art, reconciliation, and truth currently taking place in this city. So when we talk about protecting our values, my value is someone who spent their first 6 months of their life in Santa Fe, who was born to a family who used to live in Santa Fe because it was the cheap alternative that split the drive between Los Alamos and UNM, is that I want to protect the ability of economically, racially, and culturally diverse people to live in neighborhoods across our city. And I believe this project as proposed would help us do that. On a totally different note, over the past 5 years, I've probably run over 10,000 miles on the streets and trails in Santa Fe. In the surrounding area, probably 1,000 of them have been on some portion of the rail trail, frequently on the stretch that runs through the proposed development. My personal experience is that it's dangerous to be a pedestrian anywhere in our city, which is mostly due to people being bad or hostile drivers, only some of which can be mitigated, but definitely not eliminated with infrastructure design. And in my personal ranking, the pedestrian infrastructure at Zia and St. Francis is far superior to every other section along St. Francis and the rail trail, perhaps with the exception of West Alameda. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pat Lillis, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Pat, can you unmute yourself? There you
Yes, I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you, Pat. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Pat Lillis. I live at 2119 Conejo Drive, Santa Fe. I am also a board member of the Neighborhood Network. Some Santa Fe residents are protected from developments by covenants, while others are protected by multiple acres. Zoning protects the rest of us. Neighborhoods and citizens depend on zoning. They should be able to depend on zoning to be upheld when property is purchased and when property is sold to protect their investment and quality of life. Until the last few years, the homeowner did not think zoning would be challenged or threatened by developers. The same is true for the corridor. Time and energy went into establishing Santa Fe's corridor protections. They were set up by our city for residents and visitors as a way to keep Santa Fe an attractive destination. Why do residents have to spend so much time and money to protect a zoned neighborhood and a protected corridor? Why are we wasting city resources when this project should be built in a properly zoned location? Santa Fe needs to support neighborhoods and the citizens that live in them. Our zoning regulations and corridor protections were enacted to preserve Santa Fe's unique character. Please do not throw out corridor protections or change zoning in favor of development and a land gamble, a gamble that hoped the city would favor a developer over longtime residents and establish neighborhood and corridor protections. This area deserves respect. Please deny zoning changes. I thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Martinez. Rick, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Rick, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. When I am Rick Martinez, I live at 725 Mesilla Road. And I just wanted to go through some of the procedures that I saw that went wrong to this whole process. During the planning commission, the calls were overloaded. People were disenfranchised by not being able to speak during the planning commission meeting because they couldn't take as many calls as they were. The portable that you have there, I had 473 words I couldn't get in. So I just now sent you an email. And I think this happens to, when it was pre-COVID, we were able to walk up to you guys and hand you an email. So I don't think the city's attorney is right about us denying us to giving you what we had to say on our deal. So you have just received an email from me that all my comments that I wanted to have, because I can't give them all in the 2 minutes explaining what I had, why I couldn't get my comments to you. So I disagree with the city attorney's office and that you couldn't get anything. So, and I think you should be able to accept those emails that I just sent you. And I think anyone else that has an email should be able to get you, because right now it's not a quasi judicial because you are hearing testimony from the public. So I want to add that to you. So I just want to go on a couple of things real quick. When I spoke with the land use director, he's saying that they're not changing the ordinance, but just removing them from the ordinance. I mean, this is the new game that we're having here. I think it's a bad game that we're setting precedents for. You know, a developer from the Zia station bought the property with the knowledge that it was a corridor protection, is in the corridor protection district. But it's like buying land in the historic district saying, I don't like the rules here. I need to be exempt from them. Is this what we're doing for our development? And then in the future, we have 7-story buildings as what's proposed. And I saw that in last week's paper. That's coming to do a 7-story buildings here in Santa Fe. That's coming to you now. All you're going to be doing is opening the gates by approving this corridor change. So this is something right. And one more topic I'd like to add that I think is really important. This is still going to be a kiss and ride railroad stop anyway, no matter how you look at it. The developer has already said that, told us that it's going to still be a kiss and ride. It's not going to be a stop for the residents of Santa Fe to park their car or do anything like that. Still be a kiss and ride thing for the city of Santa Fe. But once again, I really would like to emphasize that what I just sent you now is my comments, and I wish the city attorney would tell you guys you're able to accept these comments as they are now, because this is not quasi now. You're listening to us as a public hearing now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Deanna, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and your 2 minutes will begin.
Deanna, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your whole name and your address.
Deanna Einspar, 725 Mesilla Road. Mayor and councilors, I have 3 points. 1, the South Central Highway Corridor Protection District, also known as SCHC, was adopted through a proper public policy process involving land use planning, much public input, and policy decision makers. It is absolutely abhorrent that its requirements can be waived in a simple planning commission hearing by 5 people, confirmed by a vote of 5 councilors/mayor in a very limited public access hearing. But we all know that laws can and often are waived or applied lightly to the wealthy and the connected. My second point is The developer has said that it is his bottom line that prevents following the SCHC in order so he can provide a tiny amount of affordable housing. Since we want affordable housing, the city is willing to negate the SCHC. If the developer's bottom line is to be used in making policy decisions, then shouldn't the project's finances be public record? I can hear the resulting squealing and outrage now, but I wish I'd heard more of it at the Planning Commission meeting, where such a paltry offer of affordable housing for such a short period of time was all that was achieved. And my third point is, if the shortage of affordable housing is to be solved, it has to be solved by building affordable housing. The idea that Santa Fe can build enough supply of housing to bring down prices in the face of infinite demand is ludicrous. This is beginning economics 101. If housing demand is infinite, and we all know it is, the solutions require creativity we have not yet seen. One suggestion I have is to reestablish a planning department for land use. We don't have that now. Another is to find ways to remove the speculation and profit motive out of our housing planning. With imagination, the solutions are endless. This case is not the solution, and I urge a vote of no for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
William, please unmute. Looks like William may not have a very current version of Zoom and would need to be promoted to panelist in order to speak. Mayor, do I have your permission to promote William to panelist?
If that's the only way to let him speak, yes.
Yeah, okay. So just a second. And William, please unmute yourself.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, William. What's your full name and address?
My name is William Gregg. I'm at 1879 Briante Lane.
Thank you.
Two things. It has been suggested that the corridor protection plan is no longer relevant or important. It seems just the opposite to me. I believe the corridor protection district is just as relevant now, if not more so, than it ever has been. The point was and remains to help preserve the soul and character of this unique city. Why would that suddenly no longer be important? Secondly, I'd like to address the construction timeline for the proposed project. We've been presented with a timeline of 7 to 10 years. Now, who among you here would gladly sign up for living next to a construction project for this amount of time? Many of us have lived near a construction project at one time or another, and while not pleasant, we put up with it because we know it will be over in a year or so. But does anybody want to live near an ongoing construction noise and dust and construction traffic project for 7 to 10 years? Councilors, do you? Mr. Mayor? Developers? Anyone on the line? Anybody? I can't hear your answers, but I suspect there are not many takers. I'd like to propose that construction on the project be limited to no more than 3 years. It really doesn't seem that restrictive for construction of a neighborhood project. Please consider a reasonable limit on the construction timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on, I'm looking at Jennifer Jenkins' hand and it's up. I don't know, Jennifer, in the middle of the public comment, is there something you need to call to our attention? I'm a little confused. Or maybe it's up by mistake.
Mayor Weber, I just had a couple of items I wanted to read in the record as part of the public testimony.
Okay.
And so I'm happy to go at the end. That's no problem.
Okay, if you could wait until we get through the folks who are here.
Totally fine. Not a problem. Thank you.
Christine Malcolm. Christine, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Christine Malcolm, 1874 Candela Street.
You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and the members of the council. I am a CNA board member and a 32-year resident of this neighborhood. I would be very excited to see a moderately sized community, one that doesn't try to pack a residential area with another shopping center when many of our Santa Fe stores are failing and we already have nearby services available. I don't know why the Zia Station project insists on an all or nothing approach. The way the plan is now turns our streets into an obstacle course and maze. Let me explain. I see the Hawk pedestrian crossing location as more of a traffic hazard, and I discussed this in the letter I sent tonight after the council started. I do not believe this is a violation of the quasi-judicial process. I explain in detail why the Hawk and density are problematic in this letter. Also, changing the 3 left lanes from Zia onto St. Francis will exacerbate the situation. Unfortunately, there isn't a way to make a safe crossing in this area. There will be too many intersections, U-turns, close to the main intersection tracks and the Hawk crossing, all within a short stretch of road. This turns the current plan into the obstacle course and maze. We do need affordable housing, actual units, not fees in lieu, which kicks the problem of housing down the road to find some other place to live. The current plan can only move forward if it reflects the safety and welfare of all future, current residents and pass-through traffic. By the way, if the corridor protection is removed, will everybody else on Zia be able to do what this development is planning to do? I do not approve of the plan as it currently exists. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
This next speaker looks like Robin Wakeland or RG Wakeland. RG, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony which you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thanks. Please state your full name and address.
My name is R.G.Wakeland at 2305 Calle Luminoso, Santa Fe, New Mexico. But you can call me Miss Gentrification based on that address. Firstly, there has been no error in process. Next, I have already submitted my written objections that the proposals should all be not approved because they present a problem with no solution. They have admitted that there is a traffic problem that can only be solved by moving Galisteo Road. However, the moving of Galisteo Road will not be permitted, allowed, affected, or accomplished through the approval of the proposal as it is written. Therefore, it cannot be approved by the city council because the city council cannot approve a problem or cannot approve a contingency. Alternatively, there is no evidence for the following false claims of the developers. Number one, there was an error in the previous zoning and highway corridor. Number two, that there's been a change in the status quo since such designations significantly enough to justify their change. Number three, that there's currently a shortage of housing in the form of apartments and rental units, which they propose. In addition, the highway corridor cannot be changed through a zoning action. It must be changed through the amendment to the general plan. And that's all, that's the end of my 2 minutes, right?
Well, it's close for sure.
Oh, okay. Well, therefore, it should not be approved. The project should not be approved, none of it.
Okay, thank you.
Antoinette Shook. Antoinette, go ahead and unmute yourself and you will be sworn in.
Under penalty, thank you. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank
My
you.
name
Please. Go ahead.
Antoinette Shook at 2120 Candelero Street. I'm the secretary for CNA. And I have found a few underhanded moves on the developer's behalf. Jenkins Gavin stated at the official ENN their affordable housing units would be 15% of units for 5 years. However, at the Planning Commission meeting for February, the submitted planning proposal was changed to 10% for 10 years. Is this legal? I agree with Nathan Thomas in regard to the statement Jennifer Jenkins gave at the February Planning Commission meeting that if the 3-story development is not approved, they will eliminate the affordable housing. There's talk about shortage of housings, so why build more apartments and not single of the 3 stories that only will be seen by 17 feet from St. Francis? My home backs up to the proposed project and St. Francis is eye level out my back door. Are they planning to dig 14 plus feet below the grade of the rail yard or the railroad? The South Central Highway Corridor Protection, just as the Constitution, is not antiquated, just as Jennifer Jenkins has said in prior meetings. The corridor protection was put in place by people who understand how greed and manipulation of green space and infill would blind the eyes of the people. The whole proposal plan in one swift motion of rezoning and traffic changes with multiple moving parts is irresponsible and dangerous. I oppose the proposed Zia Station development plan and I urge a vote of no. And I thank you for your time and your guys' attention to detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Abadacola is the next person. Joe, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll be able to speak.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Joe Abadacola, 1881 Briante Lane, Santa Fe. I agree with other comments that the public input has been constrained, or would have loved to have shown some slides and allowed our board president to present. I'm a former licensed realtor who worked on a successful infill project. I believe in smart growth. This is not smart growth, and a high level of density is unsafe this close to the intersection and should not be approved. Plopping a huge development 1.5 times the size of Candlelight right at one of the busiest intersections in Santa Fe that also has a trail crossing and a train station is a huge mistake. The developer estimates means that we will incur over 2.5 million more vehicles annually. There's a reason why this project has been failed to be approved and developed over a 20-year period, because it's far too dense for this location and will make this area of Santa Fe more dangerous, resulting in more accidents, injuries, and potential loss of life. Jenkins Gavin stated that their revamped design means that traffic issues will go away. This will be overpromising and under-delivering. I'm an instructor for driver safety, teach bike safety classes, served on the city's BTAC, Bicycle Trails and Advisory Committee, and worked in fire and emergency management and law enforcement. I've responded to many multiple vehicle accidents in the past. What Jenkins glossed over is that the design requires that vehicles can only turn right to exit the development, requiring vehicles to make a U-turn to go the opposite way. At peak times, left turn lanes along Zia will back up. Vehicles will need to go further east on Zia to make a U-turn. Zia is a high-speed road that has a blind curve. In my professional opinion, you will see accidents occurring at Zia and Candelero Zia and Vela, and Zia and Briante, not to mention Zia and St. Francis. Ask yourself, what does the city need? Revenue, jobs, affordable housing? Check. But with hundreds of thousands of vacant commercial space, is this space really needed? More people working remotely will continue. Will this space be vandalized if vacant for extended periods? More importantly, at what cost will this space be provided? At risk of injury or loss of life? This will set a dangerous precedent. This land was bought with a special protection in place. Please honor the South Central Highway Corridor. I urge you to truly listen and act upon the input of residents of the proposed Zia development.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Nicholas Bush is the next person. Nicholas, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening. Nicholas, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks. Please state your name and address.
My name is Nick Bosch. I'm at 1868 Camino de Pablo. My statements are unprepared. I'm a new resident here. And so I totally understand the need for affordable housing. I struggled with that when I first came to Santa Fe. I'm very fortunate and blessed that I was able to recently purchase my first house here. My greatest interest listening to this is traffic safety, because being a new resident, I can't tell you how many times I've almost already gotten in an accident pulling out of my neighborhood. I've listened to this from my background, professional background in logistics, project management, emergency management, strong experience in planning, and in which, planning factors and assumptions are key for developing this, whatever you're trying to achieve. I have not read the traffic report. I listened to this specifically for that, like I said. And some of the comments out there, sounds like that traffic report is incomplete. I would be very much interested in reading it. Sounds like this study does not factor in pedestrian traffic, the train, or commercial traffic, especially the commercial, which is this is heavily based off of. So with that being said, if that is the case, I would like to read the report, but if that is the case, that's concerning to me that we are moving forward with only partial information or data. And yeah, this is my first impression to the neighborhood and really getting involved in this process. So I just appreciate the time that I have to this. I do like the idea of affordable housing, like I said. I just want to see it all be done right and for the safety of the people of the neighborhood. I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Rachel Thompson is the next speaker. Rachel, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Rachel Thompson and I live near the rodeo on Rodeo.
Thank you. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I really support affordable housing. I really want this development. And I really believe the people who live in the adjoining neighborhoods who also really want affordable housing. And I think it's a shame that the inclusionary zoning, which I guess is one of our strongest tools for coming up with affordable housing, puts people in a position of opposition in terms of a specific development versus this larger goal and need. And I gather that what's missing in Santa Fe is long-range planning. Parenthetically, I'm really concerned that the Midtown debacle, or whatever we want to call it, is going to just suck all the energy out of any potential long-term planning. I ride my bike at that intersection, I walk, and it is one of the most dangerous intersections. Shortly after I moved to where I live now, a woman was run over on her bike there and killed. If you're crossing the street, you're trying to cross Zia on the train station side, you have a crosswalk and a light, and then you have train tracks, which also have a light and a fence. And then if I understand where you're talking about putting the crosswalk further down, people could crest the hill or crest that intersection, come through it, and then basically begin to accelerate when they come around the corner or they come through the intersection from where Albertsons is. And then all of a sudden there'll be an unmarked crosswalk, which, and I'm looking at a DOT report from 1996, which says basically that if you have an uncontrolled crosswalk crossing area with a crosswalk, then you're creating more traffic accidents than if you have no crosswalk at an uncontrolled crossing area. So my worry is that it's going to be extremely unsafe for bicycles, kids, seniors who might take longer to cross the street, and pedestrians. And again, I really badly want this housing, but somehow I think these individual proposals need to come after we've figured out where we can put some affordable housing. The two need to be distinct.
That's time, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you.
Ed Romero. Ed, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak after you're sworn in.
Ed, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Ed Romero, 3456 Via Magdalene. Good evening. Ed Romero, I'm the Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority Director, and I'm calling to voice my support for the project. It provides affordable units as in a very desirable part of town, which my clients would love to live in. When we talk about my clients, we're talking about people that are, 40% of AMI, which might be 24 to 40,000, somewhere in that range. And they would never be able to live in this particular area of town in an apartment. We could go into talking about our waiting list. Our waiting list for families has not been open for 4 years. And I probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 people or families on that site. We can currently support maybe about 20, turnover 20 to 40 a year. We're in desperate need of family units. We're in desperate need of affordable units. We're in desperate need of units that rent at fair market rents. We see many projects going in, but very few of the projects are actually building affordable units for any period of time. The vast majority of them are utilizing the opt-out and providing funds for other affordable units. But this is one that is supporting affordable units within their project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Anthony Guida is the next speaker. Anthony, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
You're still muted.
You're not unmuted yet.
I'm here.
Now you got
Thank
it.
you. Anthony, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Anthony Guida, 1711 2nd Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505. I'm an architect and an educator and a sustainability expert. I know that many of my fellow citizens know that we're in the middle of a climate emergency. How we design and plan our built environment is literally a matter of life and death for the planet. The notion that we're continuing to protect automobile-centric, low-density planning, continuing to protect single-family zoning, and protecting what I think is the most preposterous thing, a highway corridor, is wrong-headed and preposterous in light of this emergency. In my view, this development is a positive. I can't say I'm in love with the design. I would prefer this to be a much denser and higher rise development, especially since it is transit-oriented development in a well-situated part of town. The only way we as a city are going to get the things that we want in terms of a walkable city, in terms of transit, in terms of sustainability and meeting our carbon targets,
is to do this kind of development at higher densities. The city has an opportunity here to actually grant more density to developers for projects like this in exchange for benefits that we as a community would want. Everything from dog parks to transit to lower water use to net zero to a bunch of things. We can offer that and make better deals. For right now, I would prefer that we do not water this down, that we approve the project at this density at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes.
Sheila, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full name and address.
Sheila Hewitt, 1917 Camino Lumbre. My greatest concern for this project is safety. A moment ago, the gentleman was talking about the crosswalk on Zia. I don't know if many of you are familiar with driving on Zia, going towards St. Francis, particularly on a winter day. What people do when the road's a little icy is there's a downhill section that bottoms out right where the crosswalk is designed. And so people they go fast down the hill so that they can make it up to the light at St. Francis. So we're placing a crosswalk there. I'm also concerned about all these families and children that you're going to be putting on the north side. And so those kids, when they want to go to Candelario Park, they're going to walk down Zia and they're going to cross at that crosswalk and continue walking. Currently, if you've ever made a left-hand turn when you come off St. Francis onto Galisteo, you might notice that you have very good vision, very good sight of if there are any cars coming towards you. Now, with the new design, with Galisteo being repositioned, you won't have that because you're coming into a flat area. And plus the people coming at you are going very fast. So the point here is that there has not been sufficient thought going into looking within a 2-mile radius of the intersection of St. Francis and Zia and Rodeo, that whole part of the neighborhood, for safety. Now, there's no rush in this. You know, we can hold our horses a while. You go ahead and make your decisions about the community, about the corridor. But the part of the decision, the 5th point on the plan, this has to be researched and gone into much more thoroughly than has already been done. There are many, many dangerous situations, and children and lives are going to be destroyed.
Thank you.
Mayor, it doesn't appear that we have anybody else with their hand raised who hasn't spoken already. Does appear we've had a few people who have spoken.
There's one new, I think, that isn't just popped up that hadn't spoken previously.
Michael Margolis. Michael, will you please unmute yourself? You'll be sworn in and given 2 minutes to speak.
Michael, under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Michael Margolis. My address is 2154 Candelario Street in Santa Fe. Your Honorable Mayor and City Councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I've been a resident of the Candlelight neighborhood for 30 years. The fact that the developer bought the land parcel with full knowledge of the protective corridor ordinance and then had a hand himself in making the Zia Kiss and Ride stop, and now is using that Zia station as the excuse to remove the land from the protective corridor smells very rotten. Don't you folks smell that rotten smell? Maybe it's the juniper, too much juniper, you know, we're not really smelling it. I don't think the Planning Commission caught any of this. The ordinance clearly states that it is to be in effect as the area around it develops. It is not contingent on any development around it. And Ms. Jenkins is saying because of the Zia station, it needs to be negated. So, and I think I'm the fourth person here that now has mentioned at the Planning Commission when Ms. Jenkins was asked, well, couldn't you just do 2 stories to keep within the protective corridor? And she said, well, we wouldn't be able to afford the affordable housing. And then everybody agreed, the commissioners agreed. Well, where's the numbers? Where's the financial prospectus? Is this a judicial hearing or not? It's hearsay at this point, unless we see the bottom line. The commissioners just said, okay. You all have a chance to make this right and keep the integrity and protect the values of our city different. This is not about mountain vistas or fear of change as the people stacked up in this hearing by realtors and housing action groups have suggested. They do not live in our neighborhood or know the history of this area. To the young affordable housing advocates here, your passionate ideology is wonderful, but listen to a little boomer wisdom. Okay, boomer? It is not that you accomplish something. It is how you accomplish that something. Please vote to not approve the removal of the land in question from the South Highway Corridor Protection District. Thank you.
Time is up. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Mayor, it doesn't look like there's anybody else with their hand raised, but if somebody's calling in who would like to speak, you can press *9 from your phone and that would raise your hand.
And I do see folks in the waiting room who their hands are not up, but they also haven't spoken. So if they would like to speak, now would be the time to find that little button that pops up your blue hand, or if you're unable to find that, see if there's a way to get a message into us to let us know that you want to unmute and speak. But I don't see any other hands going up. If there are no other folks who wish to speak from the public, we have specifically said that because the public will not be, the people who testified tonight as members of the public won't be available to us Thursday night, there is a time now if any of the members of the governing body who had specific questions for individuals who did testify, you could, if they're still in the room and available to us, work through to get a question to one of those individuals. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to ask the public participants questions. I do have a couple of questions for, looks like 3 different individuals. So Noah, can you tell me if Cindy Gregory is still in the room?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, the Cindy Gregory is still in the room.
Okay, so if I can ask her a question, please, if she can be unmuted.
Cindy, you are unmuted.
Thank you, I'm here.
Thank you, Ms. Gregory. So during your testimony, you mentioned that there were a few minor tweaks that would appease the Candlelight community. And in essence, to me, that means we're working together. Can you give clarification on what those minor tweaks would be?
Well, yes, really what I was referring to is the fitting the development into the corridor protection plan. We want the development. I'm actually looking forward to having some new neighbors and kind of seeing what this mixed use is all about. It kind of looks like it might be fun, but I do think it could be done within the 2-story limitation. That to me, I consider a minor tweak. Probably the developer doesn't, but I think that's a minor tweak. The other thing would be to honor the affordable housing. I was concerned at the Planning Commission meeting that they implied if we went down to 2 stories, that they would not voluntarily honor any kind of affordable housing. I think the council could actually demand or I don't know, enforce whatever kinds of rules there are around that. That to me would also be a compromise that we might all arrive at. Those were the two that really come to mind.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gregory. That was the only question I had for you. So I really appreciate the clarification on your comment.
Sure, thank you.
Noah, my next question was for Mr. Richardson, Alan Richardson.
All right, Mayor Councilor Garcia. Alan, if you can unmute yourself, you can respond.
Mr. Richardson, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony as well. I was quickly trying to jot down my notes in regards to your comments around the corridor study, and it's can you give some clarification on that? You kind of quickly went over that, and I want to make sure that I have that full information.
First of all, Councilor Garcia, I was also with New Mexico Department of Transportation in the Rail and Transit Division. I was the commute option coordinator. I was involved in the team that set the schedule and the process for bringing the rail runner to Santa Fe. And my concerns with the railroad corridor study is that it appears to have very little technical input to the study itself. And there are a number of issues that are within that study that are concerning to me. One, they talk about a multiple number of locations for the rail runner to stop. One at Rodeo, one at Siringo, Zia naturally, and one at St. Mike's. That will never happen. You know, people have to understand that this is a heavy rail commuter train. It's not by any chance a trolley. The other thing that concerned me when they mentioned those sites, I found nowhere in the study that it indicated there had been any evaluation of those sites in relation to the requirements of a rail station being put there. And the requirements are quite heavy as put out by a user that's a heavy rail operator. So as I looked through it, I found it very kind of superficial in what was done. And then to back it up, my concerns, it was never approved by the city. So you've got a study that is full of deficiencies that wasn't supported, but yet it's throughout that whole proposal by the developer. And that's very concerning to me that they're using that for kind of the backbone of that rail corridor issue.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. I really appreciate the further clarification. Noah, the last question I have is for Mr. Ed Oppenheimer.
All right, Councilor. Ed, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll be able to speak.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Oppenheimer?
Yes.
So you had mentioned you are the president of the Candlelight Neighborhood Association?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you believe that the current proposal addresses the neighborhood's concerns? Because and let me give context to that, because in the proposal or in the presentation we got from the applicant, it was stated that the proposal addressed the neighborhood's concerns. And so as the president of the Candlelight Neighborhood Association, which sits directly behind the proposed development, I guess you might be the best suited person to answer this question. So that's why I called on you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia, for the opportunity. The only concession that I am actually aware of, having been given by the developer from the earliest meetings to the neighborhood's comments, is to propose a three-story buildings in phase one rather than 4. However, we're extremely concerned at the ultimate filing, which included the C2 PUD filing, which if granted, would open the door not only to a refiling in a couple of months for phase one, asking for another round of this to increase the height of the buildings and the density yet again, but it would also in the future open the rest of the city, as people have alluded to a great deal, and we're very concerned about that. It would just open up the rest of the corridors in the city to lawsuits of the city by developers who could afford to do so because of the precedent that is being set this evening. So that our most important concerns are the complete request for discarding all variants, discarding all regulations for safe and reliable creative growth for the city. By requesting that you make significant changes to the land use plan, the future land use map, the zoning ordinances, the highway protection corridors, and even the affordable housing. There's nothing that doesn't get asked for to be modified here. And that has never been compromised. So the only the lack of compromise there is balanced by their removal for the preliminary filing of one story in the first phase. That's it. There have also been, because the developer has been working with a small group of people in our neighborhood, very small, I might add, essentially, well, it doesn't matter, but very small group of people who have been supporting her and giving her information about the candlelight thoughts and perceptions. They have negotiated this hawk walk, which if you will look in some of our written comments, involves extensive training of drivers to get them to obey it so that it provides safety for pedestrians. So that's a compromise that was worked out not with the neighborhood, but with a few people within the neighborhood who warned the developer that they needed to give on this a little bit somewhere. And we've not had a chance to address how poor a solution this is. Our time limits, our difficulties with the functioning of the portal, our shutouts in so many ways at the Planning Commission meeting, these have all prevented us from feeling as if we have had any response on these concerns. And yet, yes, there has been a response on pedestrian functionality. There has been a response on the height of the buildings, and there has been a minor change, and we're seeing this really for the first time tonight, to the territorial style. That's a new rollout for us.
But they want everything else.
But they want everything else
to be approved
in one night, to be approved. And that's not a compromise that we even recognize as a compromise or an answer to our concerns that we really even feel. We don't have any feeling we've been addressed. Thank you so much for the chance to, as you can see, vent my pent-up feelings from working with the developer, trying to work with the developer for over a year to get some kind of meaningful dialogue going on this.
Okay, thank you so much for the information, Mr. Oppenheimer. I really appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, I have no further questions for commenters at the moment.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other members of the governing body? Councilor Romero Worth, you have your hand up. I think Councilwoman Villarreal, were you interested in speaking next, or I thought I saw your hand go up? No. Okay, Councilor Romero Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank Councilor Garcia for calling Cindy Gregory. I had the same questions. I am interested in talking to a couple different people. Is Richard Wood still on our call?
Noah?
Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, Richard is. I can allow him to speak.
That'd be great.
Richard, if you want to unmute yourself.
So Richard, I understand both from reading the public comments for the Planning Commission meeting and some of the comments tonight that you have a study, a traffic study. And I'm just curious if you've, when that traffic study was finished, and were you able to share it directly with the developer in the ENN meetings? And what might have been the reaction to that study if you were able to share it at the ENN meetings?
I was encouraged at the time by the staff, the Planning Commission staff at the ENN to write this all up. I wrote that report in late December and early January, and I submitted it to the Planning Commission as to go into the packet for the Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, and have you reached out directly to the developer at all with that traffic study?
I haven't at this time.
Okay. That's all I have, I think, on that. There was a Brian, and I'm not going to pronounce the name right, Fronglass? Or no, maybe Brett?
Mayor, councilors, Councilor Romero Worth, I don't see a Brian or a Brett.
Actually, it's Brett.
Brett. I don't see a Brett.
Okay. He mentioned some quibbles with Galisteo, and I was curious to hear more about that. So that's unfortunate. Okay. And then, hold on. I would like to go back to the president of the neighborhood association, who was speaking earlier with Councilor Garcia, Ed Oppenheimer. Is he still there?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to answer your question, Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking with us at this late hour. I'm curious if, so you mentioned a small group that had been working with the developer. I'm curious what your interaction has been with the developer in the ENN meetings, and whether you would characterize the neighborhood association as being willing to work with the developer on some of your concerns.
Yes, we have made it explicit to the developer's representative, Jenkins Gavin, and to the people in our neighborhood association who have been working with her quietly, that we are more than willing, and we have been unable to do this.
And have you, well, when you say unable, what do you mean by that? Have you attempted to reach the developer's representative and not?
Yes, we have. And in fact, we actually, the additional ENN meeting that Ms. Jenkins mentioned in her list of interactions with the neighborhood was only received, reluctantly given to us as an additional ENN meeting after I said we would do anything to do it, including I would personally sponsor the Zoom meeting if she did it. And I believe I did sponsor the Zoom meeting. I don't remember now, but I did say we've got to have another meeting with you and the planning office staff to get some real questions answered beyond the spin sessions that don't lead to results.
And the small group that has been meeting with her, how did that come about? Do you have any sense of why there's a small group that seems to be able to?
Yes, they started working separately in the neighborhood to gather a mailing list and to develop a communication network of their own. Their attempts were not satisfactory enough in their view, I believe, nor were our efforts to augment our existing mailing list. And so we came together to discuss combining the mailing lists, which we did do. But then the other parties considered the mailing list theirs, whereas the bylaws of our neighborhood association stipulate that once the mailing information is combined from various sources, it becomes only the use by the discretion of the CNA board. These folks had wanted to augment their mailing list and then use it for their own purposes to support the development proposal. That's my assumption. And when that broke down, our common communication and work together diminished to the point where they are still part of our neighborhood Google group, but they are completely open to post anything. I do not moderate any of their posts, but they have chosen to be somewhat non-explicit about what they're doing, except when they challenge us to provide some information that they need to pass on to the developer. So they are allowed to be in our group, but we feel they too have pretty much made it a one-way mirror between them and us, so that we cannot effectively sit down all together and have a communication. We told them we are waiting to find a way to meet together with the developer. And all we are told is you need to come to the table with some of your requests, give them to Jenkins Gavin and ask them to work with this. But
So let me just
sorry.
clarify. So you're being asked by the other group to do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry to go on and on like this.
Yeah,
but
so it sounds like there's a little division in the neighborhood, yes? I mean, you
There
got
is.
two different
Yeah.
groups. You got your group, which is the organized group, and then you've got this other faction, and you're not working well together, but they seem to have access to the developer's representative and you don't. Is that what am I characterizing that correctly?
Thank you so much for an utterly precise characterization of the situation.
And is there anything we can do to repair all of that? Because this is not helpful.
Well, that's why, yeah, thank you. We feel the same way. I think the only thing we can think of is whatever it takes, whether it takes sending this back to the developer for some kind of review and alteration or what, I don't know. But I don't see how we can do it without your intercession. You, the governing bodies, saying to the developer, this isn't quite right. You have to have more conversations with the neighborhood.
And is that other group represented by somebody who spoke tonight?
Yes. Formally. They spoke in the public comments.
I mean, is it somebody who I could speak with tonight?
Yes, Ann Watkins and Sterling Grogan.
Okay.
And those are the primary people that are completely in favor of this project to the degree that I have characterized. And
All right.
I hope they will forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a fairly accurate characterization.
All right. Thank you, Ed. I really appreciate it. Noah, is Ann Watkins still on the line?
Yes, Mayor and councilors and Councilor Romero Worth, but it does appear that Brett has logged back on and has his hand raised. If you
Okay,
want.
let me go with Ann and then I'll go back to Brett.
Okay.
But I'm glad he jumped back.
Okay, and if you want to unmute yourself, you'll be able to speak.
Hi,
Yes.
hi, Ann. Thanks for being with us tonight. Just a quick question. I assume you were listening, and I'm concerned about this faction in the neighborhood, one group having an ability to work with the developer and the other group not. Is that how you characterize this? And is there a way to repair the faction that's going on?
Thank you for your question, Counselor. I would have a completely different take on what's been going on. From early on, there's been a group of people in the Candelaria Neighborhood Association, which has almost 400 households. that has been, I would characterize it as opposed to the development. They have now moved to saying they're not opposed to it, but they have major problems with it. Those of us who did not start out with major problems and wanted to work more closely with the developer simply have not been included in the discussions, have not been involved in what the board has done. The board essentially self-constituted in fall of, let's see, 2018, and reconstituted several times, but did not communicate with the whole neighborhood association for a goodly period of time, including not having the regular meeting last March for election of new officers. I would not care. I have certainly talked with Jennifer Jenkins about the issues that I thought were important, traffic stuff that I know a little bit about that I thought needed to be addressed, the pedestrian issues that I thought needed to be addressed, the affordable housing issues that I thought needed to be addressed. I would not at all characterize there being a separate group, but there are a number of people who in the neighborhood who have not been in lockstep with what the current board, with the direction the current board has taken. I certainly have not tried to put together a group. I, in fact, helped put together the mailing list for the Candelaria Neighborhood Association last March. My husband and I walked the whole north part of the neighborhood in order to get people to sign up for the mailing list. I was assured that somebody was going to do that on the south side of Zia, but that clearly never happened. A couple of months ago, I asked to see the list of household addresses so that I could tell which ones had contact information so that I could go out and walk the other part of the neighborhood, which nobody had done, although I was assured that was going to happen. And I was not allowed to look at that list. I certainly was not trying to start my own neighborhood association or my own list. I assume that they're referring to me, but I know there are other people, some of whom have simply dropped out of the discussion altogether and gotten off of the list because they're so frustrated because it's impossible to offer alternative suggestions and to make proposals for working with the developer. I haven't particularly negotiated with Jennifer Jenkins. I haven't represented myself as being a member of a group or in any way officially doing that, but there were issues that I thought needed to be addressed. I had several conversations with her about the issue of pedestrian access. And I think that they have come up with a fairly innovative and creative approach to dealing with that. It's not a pedestrian friendly area. Zia isn't, St. Francis isn't. It's a challenge to make it so, but I think they've tried to do that. The affordable housing issue, I think it's still ludicrously small, but that is improved from the original proposal. The 3-story issue, that is not a major issue to me, particularly because, as you could see from the cross sections that Jennifer Jenkins provided, the views from St. Francis do not look like it's a 3-story building. So Ann,
let me just, in the essence of time and the late hour, let me just, would it be possible if we deputized you as a leader of one group of the neighborhood and the president of the formal group? And I mean, is there any ability, do you think, to come together to work with the developer's representative in having a conversation around some of the concerns to see what could or couldn't be done and where the edges of coming up with it, I guess, a little bit more peace among everybody?
I would be happy to work on that. It's I have frankly kind of backed off from that because the acrimony and the personal attacks are very unpleasant, and I just don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
I think it would be important, if you want to do that, to identify the issues that you want us to try to work on in advance, because as I said in my comments, I think many of the major issues that were raised by folks in the neighborhood having to do with traffic, having to do with pedestrian issues, those kinds of things, I think those have been addressed. Maybe it's not going to be perfect, but we won't know that until the development moves forward. But I'd certainly be happy. I'm not going to say that I will represent a group
Okay.
because other people can chime
Yeah,
in. if they
and
wish to.
yeah, I don't want to put you in an awkward position. So thank you for chatting. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just so I do want to go back to Brett if he's still there, and then I'm done.
Brett, please unmute yourself, and you'll be able to speak.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Brett. Thanks for coming back. Now I'm missing my notes. You mentioned, oh, here it is. You had quibbles with some problems. My notes say with Galisteo. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. So Galisteo Street currently is used as a cut through. When you enter off of Zia, people cut over to Rodeo Road at a high rate of speed. They come the other way at a high rate of speed. Right in front of my house, the new plan reduces the section of the roadway to, I believe it's 9-foot lanes. But then right in front of my house, which is the first house you encounter as you turn off of Zia onto Galisteo, it goes back to, I think they are 14-foot wide lanes. And I think that's a problem that doesn't really benefit the development or the neighborhood as a whole. I know it's not necessarily the developer's responsibility to solve all the problems, but it should be somebody's responsibility to improve the traffic situation, at least in front of this development. My concern is that people will, continue to speed into that corner, and because the roads are so wide, and just not make that corner. I've had people in my front yard 2 or 3 times over the last 5-8 years because they drive at a high rate of speed there. So I'm not necessarily saying traffic calming, but maybe a consistent roadway section would be very beneficial and improve the pedestrian environment along Galisteo.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I really appreciate your time tonight. And thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else have a fact question? Jamie, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple questions. Thank you, Councilor Romero-Worth, for calling on Ann Watkins. That was one of the areas that I did want to explore a bit more of what this vision looks like in the neighborhood and where there might be some places to come together. I did have a quick question potentially quick for Richard Wood, if he's still around.
Mayor, councilors, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, Richard Wood is still here, so I can go ahead and allow him to talk. Please unmute yourself, Richard.
I'm here.
Hi, Richard. Thank you so much. I had a quick question. You had mentioned that you had, and unless I misheard you, a 25-year traffic study. Now, I had the opportunity to look in the packet and read some of the information that you were given. And I'm not understanding if this was a formalized traffic study with a set methodology that is comparable to the traffic study that would have been done by the developer's traffic engineer. And I was curious if you could speak to that.
It is, it's my experience from driving that section of highway for 25 years and commuting through there. I am a mechanical engineer, and I've looked at it very carefully, but I didn't sit down and formulate a study to do it. I'm just telling you what I know is the situation there. such as, when the St. Francis was widened, if you remember back at that time, they chose to put in continuous right turn lanes at Siringo and at Sawmill, but they didn't do one at Zia. And I remember the person from the traffic people said, "Oh, we know that there's problems at this intersection. But let's just get this road widened and we'll deal with this intersection later." And nothing has happened since that time. I remember all this. I remember but the issue is that the study that Bohannon Houston has done is based on some traffic measurements that were made at maybe not the best times because the COVID had already started. Yes, a lot of the places were still open, but for instance, the state offices were already closed. And so I doubt that their counts were right, but they in the questions that I sent them before the ENN, they came back and said about their methodology. They said, well, their models don't consider any of the effects of pedestrians on the traffic or vice versa. I'm going, but this is supposed to be a walkable neighborhood and you're not analyzing what the pedestrians are going to do to the traffic. I already have demonstrable findings that the crossing of the rail trail at Zia really delays. I mean, and at the wrong times, almost invariably, everybody who's trying to turn off of St. Francis onto westbound Zia, it's very often that the button gets pushed, the people will cross again anyway without the benefit of the light, and then the light will still go through the full cycle and hold back all of that traffic turning there. These are situations, again, this is not a problem that I think that this developer has to answer, but it's an incorrect characterization for them to make to say that they have solved all of the traffic problems at this intersection. They haven't. They've only come up with something that really helps the eastbound morning traffic, but it doesn't help those people trying to turn off of St. Francis onto Zia in the afternoon. That problem is a backup that goes all the way back up to San Mateo past St. Michael's. And so, yeah, their intensive numbers that they get out of their model says that there's, oh, well, we don't make it any worse there, so it's not our problem. But the problem is that the backup goes all the way past St. Michael's and they didn't go back that far. I'm sorry, my voice is going.
No problem. It often happens to many of us at this time of night. So not a problem at all. Thank you so much. You know, it does sound like there were some good questions that were brought up. I think that, you know, there is this piece about the studies that were done, and I do appreciate your observations. I would quibble with a word that has been used today that I do very much appreciate with the word findings, but it does sound, I do think that there are some really important questions that you have brought up that I think it's crucial that we look at, and taking a look at that methodology and how the traffic impact assessment was done by the developers, engineers. I look forward to being able to talk with them in more detail about that on Thursday, and believe me, we will absolutely be looking at that. So thank you so much, Mr. Wood. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
My next question, I believe there's been a lot of talk about the question of affordable housing and the balance of economics of a 3-story building with affordable housing. I know that we, again, will have this opportunity to speak about this with, I believe, Ms. Ladd and with the developers on Thursday. But Mr. Werwath, are you still available?
Mayor's Counselor Cassett Sanchez, Daniel has been unmuted. So Daniel, if you would like to speak.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you,
Hi,
Mayor.
Daniel.
Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Werwath. I was hoping that you could speak a little bit to this. This is a conversation that I have you spoke about recently regarding that balance of economics piece, and I was curious if you could add a little bit of information to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, Counselor.
I think what you're referring to is a presentation I gave to the Planning Commission a few weeks ago. And what I actually did was just calculate 4 Seiler Yard, which is an affordable housing project, 3 stories, 60 units on 4.2 acres of land. I took all the costs and I eliminated basically a third of the housing units. And what we saw was a massive increase per unit in the fixed costs that it takes to develop. And it's on the order of probably around $40,000 per unit, that losing a third of your height impacts. And those fixed costs are things we can't get around, right? Like land costs, infrastructure costs, those sort of thing, architecture, design, things like that. So I think it is a really important conversation that we have about how density affects affordability. I don't think that we can ask for affordability without also giving the density that 3-story buildings provide. And I think, you know, this is stuff that we can see in numbers that are provable. I'm happy to share those numbers with folks. I think the other thing to just note is that it's not just the spreading the cost that you lose, it's also lost revenue, right? So it's fewer units, a third fewer units, a third less rent, a third less mortgage capacity. So it really does affect the overall financials of the project. So I think, yeah, I can definitely speak to the legitimacy of those from the perspective of like an unbiased person in this, in terms of I'm not involved in this development, but I am building an apartment project right now based on current prices. And the realities of that are very challenging. I think another point that folks don't think about in all this is that the cost of operating a rental unit in Santa Fe, staffing, and obviously we have some more costs because we're an affordable housing project and we do things like income certification that take more staff time, but maintenance, utilities, trash, sewer, all that adds up to almost $500 per month per unit in overhead just to exist as an apartment unit. And so the finances on this stuff are really difficult. And I think it's important to recognize that these are real trade-offs, and this developer could opt to just pay a fee, and they're offering to provide income restricted units for 10 years, which is what no one has been able to do with the market rate project. And I think that is very likely dependent on the ability to achieve that third story.
Thank you very much, Mr. Werwath. I really appreciate you providing that and kind of the interest of the complexity that we look at when we consider these projects. And then I am so sorry, I'm having a hard time with my notes. There was an individual who was discussing, like 4 pages of notes here, who was discussing the natural gas line. Does anybody recall who that individual was?
Sterling Grogan.
If Mr. Grogan is available, that'd be wonderful.
All right. Mayor, councilors, Mr. Grogan, can you please unmute yourself?
I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Grogan. Thank you so much. I understand that you have, I believe that there is a public comment from you in our Prime Gov, but I was hoping you could provide just a bit more context for me of that conversation that you were having with the developer. It sounds like this is something that the developer, from your perspective, was willing to do, and you simply wanted us to officially put it in writing. Am I understanding what you were telling us correctly?
Yes, ma'am. Counselor, the city has for a number of years, since the adoption of the stormwater management plan 2 or 3 years ago, the city has been developing a list of priorities for where work could be done in the arroyos that would help with flood conditions. And 2018, August of 2018, there was a massive flood, caused all kinds of damage. The city, I think, is still paying for remediating some of that damage. One of the places identified in the stormwater management, in the city's stormwater management plan, is just downstream from St. Francis Drive, just about 100 feet upstream from a portion of the Zia Station property. And that is where a natural gas pipeline that was installed, I would guess many years ago, exists. The pipeline exists in conjunction with two very small diameter culverts that when a large event happens, the water is backed up behind the culverts, but some water does get through the culverts. It shoots out and it causes the erosion downstream on what is the Zia Station property. And that erosion, it is that erosion that is addressed in the staff report to the Planning Commission in condition 12. The developer is directed by that condition 12 to remediate the erosion downstream of the pipeline crossing. What I suggested to Jennifer Jenkins, and she agreed in a meeting, that if the pipeline crossing, natural gas pipeline crossing, were remediated as the city has identified as a problem and needs to be done, if that were done, then the erosion downstream would be, or any money spent on remediating the erosion downstream would not be wasted the next time there's a large storm event. Next time there's a large storm event, I think whatever money is put into repairing the bank erosion on the Zia Station property, it's going to be wasted. It's going to be wiped out. That's the likelihood that will happen. So the developer said, if the city will provide a design, then the developer will work with the city to implement that design to make a more rational gas pipeline crossing that will not cause erosion downstream. And Jennifer Jenkins said that they could live with that. They would do the work, but the city has to provide a design and monitor the implementation of that design. And I'll tell you, it's been very frustrating for me to try to get the city of Santa Fe to do something that I think, the city recognizes needs to be done. And providing a design is a pretty cheap solution to a very serious, costly problem.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grogan. I really appreciate you providing some more of that information. And then I appreciate hearing some of your experience working with the developer. I believe those are all my questions that I have. But Mr. Mayor, at one point, I do believe Ms. Jenkins did have public comment to read in, and we missed it. So I'm curious.
Yeah,
if
it turns out that that's not appropriate at this time.
Okay, great. I was just wondering if I had questions there. So
we ran it back with the city attorney's team, and that's not how this works. So we're comfortable with that at the moment.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. Other questions from the governing body of any of our public witnesses? Councilor Vihil-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a question for Dan Werwath.
Mayor, councilors, Councilor Vihil-Coppler, I'm going to find him, and there he is.
Mayor, councilors, this is Daniel. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. I wanted to ask, there was someone earlier who said something like, I think we were on the topic of affordable housing, and they said something like, we don't need any more apartments. How do you see, or do you see apartments as having any relationship to providing affordable housing or having any impact?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Vihil-Coppler. We need lots of different type of housing right now across the spectrum: rental, home ownership, homeless housing. We're in a housing shortage situation compared to our population and population growth over the last decade. And we have a lot of people moving here. And that means that those folks with more means are going to push out locals if they don't have places to move. I think in terms of apartments, we're kind of hemmed in. We can't build 3 and 4 unit apartment apartments in most of the city by zoning rule, right? And so we can kind of only build apartment complexes and big ones that make sense in costly situations that can still be sort of affordable. So I think it's important to just realize, the other big piece of this is just space efficiency, climate efficiency. Apartments use a lot less water, a lot less energy than single family homes. And it's part of the mix of the housing that we need to create, I think, to have a healthy, affordable housing market. And this is a particularly good one. I think we end up with apartments in weird places a lot because our zoning isn't really set up to site them well, partly because of corridor overlay protections that make apartments hard to do in our most intensely zoned areas. And so the opportunity to put apartments close to things like a commuter rail line, tons of basic services, grocery stores, a spectrum of different types of housing. This is exactly the type of place that you would want to add that type of housing.
Do you think that has any impact on what millennials want these days in terms of how they live, which is different than my generation?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we need to remember is that people want a lot of different types of housing and a lot of different things, and we want to provide options, and especially options that maybe are more focused on younger folks that want to walk, don't want to commute to work, don't want to drive 20, 30 minutes. We just still have this issue where 53% of our workforce commutes into the city. That tells us that we don't have enough housing for the workers that are already here. Not every one of those people wants to live in Santa Fe. They make value choices about a lot of different things, but we're also not providing opportunity to every one of them that does want to live in this community and should have that ability.
Okay, then I asked this because of your experience in housing, and I'm wondering what are your thoughts about the 10-year limitation on keeping housing that's affordable housing that's already been approved only for 10 years. I'm not sure where that came from or if it's even effective in resolving the goals that we work hard to implement with affordable housing if they're then gone or available to the market. I'm supposing, I'm not sure, after 10 years expires. I'm not sure how that works.
Sure, and thank you, Mayor, Councilor Vigil-Koppler. That's a really great question. So it's important to understand that no affordable rental housing sets out to be affordable in perpetuity, because housing has life cycles. There are points where you need to make significant reinvestment in housing, and housing changes its position in the overall landscape of what's premium and what's affordable over its life. And there's also these other factors that we need to think about, which are things like allowing developers to secure mortgages that don't have long periods of uncertainty baked into their future operations, right? So there's like a bunch of angles of this where the time period, the rule for the biggest federal affordable rental housing program is 15 years minimum affordability. In projects like Seiler Yard, we've committed to 40 years of affordability, but I will be very surprised if we can make it through 40 years without some sort of re-subsidization at some point to fix systems, to put in new heaters, to make things more energy efficient, to replace windows. Those things need to happen over time. And so I think one of the thoughts in terms of the 10-year horizon is like, we're always trying to create a balance between financial feasibility for the developers and what we need from a community point of view. And the challenge, of course, is that if you make the cost too high on developers to comply with affordable housing rules, it will just make development unfeasible. And we've probably inadvertently exacerbated our rental problems by having a very stringent rental component that actually made development unfeasible for the better part of 10 years, since 2005 to 2015. That's why we've never seen an affordable rental unit created. And that's what's interesting about the conversation of like, how long is a rental unit affordable for? How long should it be affordable for? Well, right now we have zero that had been affordable for 0 years. And so 10 years looks really good in that context. And I think thinking the next level out, which is 10 years down the road for this apartment complex, this is no longer the newest, premium, most expensive apartment complex in the city, right? It's probably becoming more market rate. Hopefully we balanced our overall market and it's becoming naturally affordable for the sort of missing middle housing that is people who make a little too much for affordable housing assistance programs, but not enough for market rate housing. So it sort of blends into the natural landscape of the housing ecosystem.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to an answer that you gave Councillor Cassett Sanchez earlier. And I'm to understand that if the development has to chop off a story, and I guess the comment was then they couldn't do affordable housing. And if they didn't do that, then they would go ahead and pay the fee in lieu of on the entire project to make to qualify, for their development under the affordable housing rules. So, I mean, it doesn't mean they couldn't build this, but then all the city would get, well, I mean, it's good. I suppose all the city would get the money instead of the units. And so I know I've heard you say before that we do need places to live. And so I guess the goal would be to put people in housing that they can afford, rather than to always put money in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is helpful, but it doesn't necessarily meet the goal of housing people. So do you have an opinion about that on this particular development?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Councilor Vigil-Koppler. I think that brings up a really important point. And I think one of the mistakes we make as a community is that too often we expect inclusionary zoning to fix all of our affordability problems. And that's just not a realistic expectation. We have to proactively invest in affordable housing. We have to make sure we have a balanced market too. In my mind, the most important part of inclusionary zoning is about ensuring economic diversity in all new development. And that to me is more important than solving the entire affordability problem. And those affordable housing trust fund monies are very impactful. $400,000 of affordable housing trust fund city monies made Seiler Yard possible, along with the land donation. But that amount of money is seriously impactful. That's 60 units of 40-year income restricted housing. It also does things we can't do with housing. So like things like rental vouchers, keep people in the housing they're in, get people off the street with quick access to first month's rent and down payment or security deposit. So those are like, it's important to understand like this is sort of a best of both worlds in a lot of ways, where we're getting affordable units that we need in the project. It's creating income diversity in that project and means that there will absolutely be locals that get to live in this new housing. But it's also contributing a significant amount of money in the trust fund that can help pay for those gap services and that really deeply affordable housing that probably isn't appropriate for market rate developers to be building anyway, because we really want to make sure that we're wrapping in services, we're connecting people with resources, and that we're building housing that's really specifically focused on the populations we're trying to help.
Okay, I appreciate you hanging around, and I appreciate your answers. So Mayor, that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other members of the governing body with a question for one of our public testimony givers. Noah, is Miles Conway still with us? I have one quick question for him.
Mayor, I do not see Miles here anymore.
Okay, in that case, I will let the moment pass. I wanted to follow up on one of his comments, but it is getting late and I appreciate people have hung with us for a long time. So I will not pursue that any further. Are there other folks on the governing body who would have a question for somebody who is still with us? If not, I would then close the public testimony part of the public hearing. I would thank everybody who spoke tonight. It was really well done and very thoughtful and very thorough. And we heard a wide variety of voices. And I thought the question period afterwards was very, very useful and constructive as well to draw some things out even more so. So very well done on that front. I would ask the members of the governing body who have questions for the developer or for staff to take this opportunity to send them to Lee by email. He'll be able to assemble them. They may be specific questions that came out of what we heard tonight. They may be questions that are generated by reading the material. I think we've got hundreds of pages to go through. There may be reports that also spur questions. Any of those, please send them to Lee. If you can get them to him by the close of business tomorrow, so that he has Thursday before the hearing to work toward bringing the material together. Oh, Miles is back in the room.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and allow Miles to speak.
Terribly sorry I logged off there for a minute, but I'm back, Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
I will make this very brief, Miles, because I had already appreciated your being here, but I also thought it was getting late. I just had one quick follow-up question. It's one of my personal beliefs. You use this language specifically, so I wanted to give you a chance to speak to it a little bit further. You know, we've talked tonight a lot about housing and affordable housing and building housing, but what you said that really caught my attention was we're trying to build neighborhoods. And there is a bigger picture when you build a neighborhood than when you simply produce housing. I know your organization is specifically minded toward building housing, but your language was different. You said we need, as a community and as a city, to develop neighborhoods, not just drop housing down into places. So I would just give you an opportunity to expand on that a little bit more, because I think it is an important theme that housing, in the absence of a context of neighborhood and neighborhoodliness, services, mixed use, and careful design, doesn't really fulfill our goal as a community, which is to have livable neighborhoods.
Yeah, I think you've just taken the words out of my mouth, Mr. Mayor, but I do appreciate that thought that has gone into this development, that, you know, being someone that has lived in the Santa Fe downtown area, you feel like the plaza is the heart of your community. And yet you find yourself driving many, many miles away from it to lay your head down to rest. And so I think it's exciting, like the way that we're envisioning Midtown, the way that there's certain other neighborhoods around Santa Fe, and what this development could become, that it becomes the center of our universe, you know, that we can leave, we can do our grocery shopping, we can do our socializing, and we're not always, you know, aiming our cars down to the rail yard or down to the plaza or somewhere else, that we kind of just have more of a community center there. And so I just, in talking with developers and reading the plans and seeing what their vision was, and seeing how far that area has already come, with, you know, where there are Albertsons, and there's some businesses, and there's some offices and living areas there on that east side of St. Francis already. I just see that this is going to become another little micro community, a micro neighborhood of Santa Fe, as will, I believe, the Midtown and some other areas of our community. So I just appreciate everyone's efforts. I think it's important as a community grows that you don't leave one city center and then grow farther and farther away with your residential communities, but you grow in these little pods. And I think the developer said it earlier, and I think a lot of people have echoed it tonight as well, that it's a smart way to grow. So thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, to just add that little thought.
Thank you, Miles. I appreciate it.
Okay.
And thanks for coming back in. I'm sorry I caught you out.
Nope.
Let me go back to trying to wrap things up. The goal is, if we can get our questions into Lee by the close of business tomorrow or sooner, if you have things that you've taken notes on and you're ready to, in the morning, send them Lee's way as a list of follow-ups, that would facilitate Thursday night, and we'll be well equipped to go into the questions that you have identified. The rest of the public hearing, we all know, will take place on April 8th, starting at 6 p.m. And this concludes the public comment, and we are therefore adjourned for the evening. Thank you, everybody, for a very attentive and informative meeting of the for this special hearing. I'm very appreciative of everybody's input. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.